let's have a harsh transition, chat. How are y'all doing? How's life? How are things? How are you? Oh, fuck. Just brought in I talked about this last time. I brought in a chair from my parents' basement. I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to it. So we're doing great over here. What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Hello? Oh, Wizapog. Got some nice sunglasses on that shit. How's everyone doing? Living? Downing coffee and doing good? I don't think I noticed the new Wizapog. But we do stand Steve. I must have it. I'm a Wizawhat sub. How do I search for emotes here? Doing Pog, good to hear. Sorry, I think my music's a little loud. Let me turn it down. Turn it down in the headphones. See, I've seen the old Wizapog, but the Wizapog with sunglasses. The SG. The SG Wizapog. That is some new shit. And that is the good shit. I am commissioning Chipmunku-chan to make a Razpog. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's quite a challenge. I know some people in the Discord have made some Razpogs, but and most of them terrify me. So we'll see. I figured, yeah, Mitch, I saw Slippy Pog and I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good drawn Pog. So I figured. Archaeologist, thank you. Oh, converting a Prime Gaming sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you, I appreciate you. I do have a Discord. If you hit ! Discord. Do you lift the bag to drink your coffee or pour it through your eye holes? No, I drink it through my mouth. What do you mean? My mouth is closed in this picture. So it is what it is. But yeah. Well, chat, not much has changed since, since Sunday for me. Since Hollow Knight Sunday, which was, I don't know. I feel like we're breezing through it. I looked up a guide to see how far we are. I don't know. Second playthrough of that game's kind of quick, huh? Also, you might see that the internet is not better. The internet is not any better. So I might have some drops this stream. It is what it is. Could one more hurt? Probably. You're probably in too many Discords. Can it be Hollow Knight Monday? No. It's on Sunday, so it can't be Hollow Knight Monday. GameStop thing was cool. I mean, definitely interesting. Stream image should really be a GIF. Alright, fork you. How much, what? Yeah, okay. Let me just pay $500 to get an animation done. Just real quick. I know I could do it for cheaper. I know. I'm being salty. I could get just like the steam of the mug going. That'd be pretty easy. If not move, Zoomer brain can't handle. Just slap a gif of Hat Girl on your desk, call an animated background. Dude, is that the what is this emote? Is A-Track Zoomer? Oh my god. Dude, you're in too deep, Mitch. You're in too deep. The reality is we've also discovered the best emote. Everybody, go to WizWhat's channel, give him a sub. And all I want to see in this chat is WizWhat Pog with sunglasses. No, it's like of course I'm watching my own. 1010 Lugwood Shanty Monkey Ball thing live. Hat to sub, of course. Thank you, Jesse. All I want to see is WizWhat sunglasses. Honestly, I think Steve has my favorite emotes. Yeah, I'm working on a Razpog. Petition to bring back Yeehaw mode. Thank you for the sub, Dr. Noobs. Look, I've been slow on it. All I really need to do to bring back Yeehaw mode is replace Ecstasy of Gold with like American Venom from Red Dead. But I haven't done it yet. So yeah. Look, I'm trying to be on vacation right now, which means minimum effort. But amazingly, I've still been working every day for like 8 hours. It's weird. Vacation's not so vacationy. The Western theme from Time Splitters 2. Never played Time Splitters 1 or 2. Is it good? Time Splitters 2. Excuse me. Western thing? This seems too video gamey. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm sure it picks up. It's not hype. This is not nearly hype enough. This is not, like, this is a good song, don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying this. It's not nearly hype enough. Do you have back pain? Yes, I do. I need to get a chair that's actually... Ooh, okay. Still too video gamey. I could play Celeste music for Yeehaw mode? Nah, I think this is what I'm gonna do for it. That was a Time Splitters Western. Dude, this, yes, Smack. Yes. Alright, can you just get, yeah, I mean, because it's got a nice little build up. I mean, there's a bunch of songs from Red Dead 2 that could work really well. How long is the vid gonna... what do you mean? I'm gonna do this once a month. That's the plan for the feedback streams. That's what you mean. I was about to play a song that I know would get copyright striked. Let's see. Ooh, oh fuck. We could do this. The true Yeehaw mode theme, baby. Have you done any tutorials on video making? Nah, I mean, I've done these streams. There's a lot of really good videos out there by people. Snowman has done a bunch. There's a really solid interview with on Min-Max, if you are familiar with Min-Max. Sorry, I'm bopping. With Jacob, and Jacob kind of gives his tips for making video essays. It's less in the weed. Like Snow's video, here, let me link Snow's video. Snow's video is pretty solid because it like really, it's like here are if you're just trying to get into it, here are like things you can do that are cheap. Granted, it is 4 years old at this point.
Well, let me have a rule and a saw and a board and I'll cut it.
Yep. Yep.
I'll climb up a ladder with a hammer and a nail and I'll nail it. Well, we worked so hard to build a little house together.
Snow's, yeah, I think Snow's is mostly good. I don't know if it talks about shadow play. If you have NVIDIA, you can just record, or NVIDIA graphics card, you can just record anything. But OBS is a pretty solid tool for it. Anyway, this could be a good one too, I think. Might be too much build up, yeah. And not enough of payoff. Alright, let's just get back to chill music. Anyway, so no, I have not. I've thought about it. Just because, yeah, that is a question I get asked a lot. But at the same time, it's like the question people actually want answered is like, how do you make it your job? And my answer to that is you get lucky. Like you make a bunch of stuff, you put out stuff, and then YouTube decides one day, okay, yeah, it's your turn. There are certainly things you can do to kind of manipulate YouTube to push that faster. But there's not like a roadmap. He's not wrong though. Algorithm chooses who will stay and who will go. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, yeah, I don't know. Never expect to make YouTube my job, but I like to make videos. Yeah, I mean, if that's how, if you're just trying to look into making videos, the 3 things I'd say to look into. First, watch that Snowman video. It goes over a lot of the basics of like programs to use. He talks a lot about, you know, different levels of it, right? Like he's like, if you're trying to pay nothing, these are the things you can use. If you're trying to pay some things, these are the things you can use. And it's helpful in that regard. And then also just talking about basics. Then I'd say a step from there is watching Jacob Geller's interview with Min-Max, where he kind of goes into his tips of making interesting video essays that are like appealing to people. And then step 3, I guess, watching feedback streams like this. And not just for feedback on your own stuff, but for just general discussions. What's been fun about doing these is like I can give my advice and there's some value to that, but there's also a lot of value in like advice from chat too, you know, just being able to talk about pieces as a group, right? See different takes. Because here's the thing, I think there's been some stuff that we've looked at that I've been critical of in certain ways because of my tastes, but then chat can give a different perspective of like, well, actually I think this part's worth keeping for these reasons, and give good rebuttals to it. And what matters as like a creator is not always which advice you go with, but like just thinking just thinking at all about your content, like thinking at all about what you're making, and being able to make an informed decision about what you think is best, and being able to shift it in a way to meet what based on getting feedback after getting, sorry, that sentence wasn't making sense, but being able to like take all that information in and shift your content to be something that like addresses feedback but is still true to yourself and what you want to make. But yeah, and if all else fails, get a wife and put her in your YouTube videos. My video, how to get 12 subs in 1 week. The key is to admit to your family and friends that you have a channel, ask them to sub directly. How do I get wife for YouTube? That is a whole different question. I mean, I can give you my guide, but it starts by meeting in first grade, being in the same first grade class, not being friends for like 8 years, and then, you know, becoming friends. It is what it is. You know, my path might be different. Any percent speedrun how to get a wife. Yeah. I mean, so there was a really, look, it's becoming a meme at this point that I always talk about Ludwig. The streamer Ludwig, though, just had a really good stream about how to become a Twitch streamer, which admittedly is different, and talks about different things in it than I would for giving advice for YouTube, but there are certainly some similarities between the two, and all of that stuff, and like getting into stuff. And I think the question always has to be like, A, do you want it? Like, do you actually want to do it? And B, like, what are your goals? And I think that's always going to be the important thing, is not just, it's not even reaching your goals. It's about setting goals, and probably setting realistic goals. You can have your eye in the sky, like big goals, but having more realistic goals. And I personally think having goals that center around your work are always gonna be the easiest way to walk away without like being mad. Because if your goal is get 1 million views on YouTube, like, good luck, you know. Not to say it's impossible, obviously, but and there are people that have figured it out, you know. There are people that seem like they never miss, and people who started at 0 and within like their first 5 videos just bopped. Don't want to get into streaming or YouTube to be my job, but I really want to get into streaming and try getting close. Try getting like audience size. Yeah, I mean, I think, does anyone happen to know of any good creator discords? I don't know. There's some creators in my Discord. I don't know that that's really the big culture there, but there's some of that there. Razbuten said it was a great idea. 100 million views. Yeah, I mean, but also at this point, Mark Rober's like, what, 5 million, 10 million subs? Like, he has a massive base. So even if he puts something out, like anything he puts out is gonna do well. Finding a niche that wasn't filled. Yeah, that's a big one too. I mean, and yeah. I mean, if you're streaming or YouTube, use like, it's all about how you want to grow, I guess. But use what you have. Use your specialties. A little bit of circle jerk with not much actually good info, yeah. Don't want YouTube to be my job, but I want to be bigger because when I talk about obscure games nobody cares about, I want them to have an impact, and that's hard to do if you're small. You just mean like have it be part of the greater conversation around those games and have people like be like, okay, well, I'll buy this game and play it. Because yeah, I mean that's a cool goal. I think that's a really cool goal for sure. The reason I met my wife was because someone at Nuclear Power forums referred to comic strip instant classic. Back in the early 2000s, I became friends with the artist over the years, and eventually in 2009, he asked me to be the first assistant director on this film that was shooting in Florida, where I met her. Very cool. That's cute. It's all about paying for subs. That's the other part. It only costs about $1,000 on buysubs.org to get 485,000 subs. That's it. That's all it costs. Surprisingly easy. Where's that MinMax interview? My guess is on MinMax. I can get a link. Just trying to get to that. Yep. Let me find this interview for you, Trey. Here. This is the, so yeah. The more subs you buy, the more cool you buy. Yeah. Here's the thing. Big number equal better person. Doesn't matter how you got there. If that means buying all your subs, easy. That's fine. Buy all your Twitter followers, easy. That's fine. Once you have the bigger number, it doesn't matter. The more subs you buy, the more capitalist you are. True. But yeah, I think between that snow video and this interview, those are two pretty solid resources and tips. And then hopefully these streams help some too. Paul brothers are saints. Yeah, of course. 20 million subs each. Yeah, wild. Anyway, we were talking about Mark Rober. All right, let's look up Mark Rober. I spelled his name wrong. All right, Mark Rober has 16 mil. Wow. Wow, that's pretty good. Might have finished a script. Hell yeah, Trey. Is it in what's the angle? Tell me all about it. Let's see. Wow. Okay, so if we look at this list of the last 3 years, if we look at his worst month in here, he got 72,000 subs. Pretty video game fails. So hell yeah. So his worst month is pretty rough. And in 1 month he got 1.6 million. Jesus Christ. Detailed statistics, yeah. Slacking. I wish I could get like a, it only has when he was above. Yeah, wow. It's pretty good. I mean, so we only can see when he's above 3 million. But yeah, I mean, when you have a lot of subs, you fit into the algorithm a lot easier. Granted, you only get to that many subs by finding some way to get into the algorithm anyway. So, you know, it is all mixed. If you want to get big on YouTube, just be a beautiful Chinese farmer and make videos of that. I'll send you a link. Dude, any sort of like thing that feels like primitive technology, that channel just bops. Go outside, get some nice shots of you building something, and boom, you've made it. Love video game high school. That was a solid web series. I like that in the final season. No spoilers. I'm not gonna give like it just gets dark. I won't give super specific spoilers, but it's just kind of like All right, let's shift our shit. John Mac MP4, thank you for the Prime. Best channel on YouTube. I believe it. Dude, I love watching shit. I love watching people build shit that they actually will never use because there's... I mean, it sounds like this is just a farmer, so that's a little different. Do I just search hot Chinese farmer? Is that... Is that the move? You DM me the link. Alright, I will watch this later. Got into foraging videos? Nice. Too bad because I saw an interview with Freddie where he said that everyone in the industry still has no respect for them because it was all on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, there'll always be that disconnect. Granted, that was... I mean, I've seen that interview and that was a few years ago. So I wonder, are things shifting? I mean, especially think this year, man. Like, this year, everything is digital. Like, so many major movies released digitally. It's wild. What is this meme train? Success from web series like Ruby. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to hear people talk about some of these web series like Ruby as if they're on the same level of quality as other stuff. I mean, look, I'm sorry for anyone who likes Ruby, but oh, that's what you're saying. Sorry, Trey. I get you. Ruby's kind of trash. I think the writing, I mean, I think the text, like, I don't know, the movement of Ruby is cool, right? And the choreography, Jesus Christ. I mean, especially in the early seasons when Monty was working on it, is rad. But then the writing is just like, what if we made Avatar but worse? What if we made Avatar but worse? And also didn't hide that we were making Avatar but worse. I don't know how much it takes from Korra, but I mean, clearly they were heavily inspired by Avatar, and it's not bad to be inspired by something. It is bad when, like, you are just that thing, though. Korra is better than Ruby? Yeah. I mean, I haven't even watched all of Ruby. I mean, that's not... yeah. Well, Korra has its problems, but... The yoink and twist, the yoink with very little... Yeah, you need a twist. Anyway, I swear I brought up that Ludwig stream... and I had more of a point than whatever I ended up saying. Fuck, what was I gonna say? There was something really good in there that I thought would help people. I don't know. I've lost it. Oh, one thing. Someone was saying that they wanna stream, not make it their job, but do more. One thing that I think is important is it can be really hard to escape the beginning issues of streaming, which is like the 1 to 2 person streams, the 0 to 2 person streams, which is going to be a reality for a lot of people. You have to either A, find a way to just like keep rolling and move forward. His advice was like, treat it treat it as if you're always streaming to 1,000 people. You know? Because the reality is, if you're streaming to 1,000 or 2,000 people, chat is going to be moving so fast that you can barely understand it. Maybe you can make a few references to it, see a few messages, say a few things to it, but it's not going to be like you're interacting with it constantly. Which is going to be about the same as a 0-person stream where no one is really typing anything. But you have to always be practicing as if you're talking to a bunch of people. And you know, if you're just sitting there in silence waiting for somebody to come in and say hello, that's not going to be an entertaining stream. Like, no one's going to even stick around when they click it. And yeah, I mean, I had a head start, right? I had YouTube stuff, and YouTube is much, I mean, YouTube's still kind of bad for being a small channel and growing, but it's better than Twitch. For sure, it is better than Twitch and easier to grow on YouTube than it is to grow on Twitch. Granted, to be in the top % of Twitch, you don't need that many viewers. You don't need that many viewers. You prefer YouTube streaming than Twitch streaming? Really? I like Twitch more. I think one thing that's nice about Twitch that YouTube doesn't have, I mean, I think the monetization stuff on here is nice, like Primes, that's a nice thing that exists, and can help creators a fair bit, and YouTube doesn't really have anything like that yet. Imagine they might. The other thing I like is raids, and YouTube doesn't have anything like that at the moment. I like being able to raid and host people, and vice versa. I think that can help growth a lot. YouTube is friendlier to VTubers. In fairness, if you think about it, YouTube has essentially had VTubers for years. Just think about video game video with animated cartoon guy on the right side. And when I say animated, I mean stills where it switches every once in a while from smug face to overly angry face, you know? You know what I'm talking about, like, yeah. Some asshole wearing a suit or something, you know? I think Twitch sort of has an ugly layout. I like Twitch's layout. I honestly also like YouTube will notify me. If I stream on Twitch, nobody will know about it. Fair. True. I don't think it's streaming when I think of YouTube. I agree. I'm the same way. People don't want critics. They want cute anime girl puppets. True. Maybe it's the system that Hollow lives in was set up. They're firmly on YouTube. Seems to be working for them. Yeah. When they cross their arms, that's when you know. That's when you really know. God damn. YouTube has a much simpler system. Hello, Tactical Forces. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, true. Should I submit a video I'm not extremely proud of? I mean, you should submit a video that you think is most valuable for me to give you feedback on. Like, if you're submitting a video and you're like, I made this 2 years ago and I've made better stuff since, which a few people have, which I don't fully understand. Like, show me your recent stuff, right? And if you're not proud of it, that's fine. You know, we can talk about why you're not proud of it and what can be done to make you more proud of your stuff in the future. YouTube streaming is only really probably viable if you're a huge creator like Corpse or Valkyrie. Yeah. I mean, and I have no idea how ads work for YouTube streaming. But yeah, there are plenty of ways to get bits and subs for free. And there's less of that there. And I also don't think there's like a gift sub, like a gift members feature. Which are all nice things about Twitch. Super chats, yeah. Yeah, gift subs are cool. Excuse me, got a burp. Do you only take videos? Yeah, I'm only doing videos for this. Yeah. For these streams, I'm only doing videos. They're just easier to go through and easier to kind of get a fuller picture. Fly Penguin, thank you for the gift subs. Very appreciated. You did not need to, but that's what we call Wizapog sunglasses. Let's go. That didn't work. What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? Why isn't it working? Whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Thank you for the gifteds. Alright, should we just get started with this shit? Start looking at some stuff. Chat, I'm so allergic to this chair. It's I'm losing my mind. That's pretty good too. Not quite as good as the Wizapog with sunglasses, but it's getting there. Why can't I sub with my Prime? Is your Prime up? Have you? Is you like? Are you on cooldown for your Prime? I'm concerned about the chair. Me too. I don't know. I just feel it in my throat, you know? When are you getting a good chair? I don't know yet. But I'm talking about a different chair. I got like a comfy chair because I set up a TV in my office so that I could play console games on a TV instead of always doing it on my computer. And then I got a comfy chair that I could sit in. And the comfy chair came from my parents' basement, which is, you know, a wet Wisconsin basement. So it's got like, it's not moldy. At least I don't see any mold on it. So I hope it's not moldy. I guess there could be mold like on the inside, but I have no idea how to figure that out. Unless I like rip open the inside, which seems like a problem. But it's got like a musty smell to it. You know? I feel like it's got some allergies acting up a bit, which is not good. Sounds dank. Yeah. Consider a new chair, then definitely go for an ergonomic one instead of a gamer one. They're usually trash. Yeah, I'm looking into something good and comfy. I don't know. I have my birthday's coming up, and I still got like some money from Christmas, so I'm thinking of splurging on a really nice chair. Because the chair I have now, I've talked about this too many times. You've heard it, but we're gonna talk about it again. The chair I have now is like big and comfy, but it's like not good for working at 8 to 10 hours a day, you know? In fact, it's really bad for that. It's like super fucking bad for that. Hey, hello from Brazil. Hey, how you doing, Sir Pezzadello? Telling you the Lino Herman Miller is amazing. I'll look into it. The thing about Herman Millers is you have to get them used. Then I have to think about like who sat in my chair, who has sat on this chair. All right, chat. Today we are here for a review stream where we look at content sent in by some of you and different people on Twitter. And I'll look over it and try to give some feedback on everything from the presentation of it, you know, video, audio, writing structure to the best of my ability. Depending on the video, we might not watch the entire thing because some videos are too long to do on the stream. But yeah, I'll go through and try to give what feedback I can on stuff to help out in any way I can. As far as all of you here in chat, your voices are important as well. I have experience making videos, but that doesn't mean I know everything. It doesn't mean that my voice is the only important one. So feel free to also, you know, jump in with your thoughts on stuff. But remember that, you know, there's a good chance that there's definitely a solid chance that the people who made stuff are in here. And I've used the metaphor analogy before of like, you know, when you turn in a paper and get the paper back, it's easier to address a paper with like 5 or 6 things on it than 200. You know, sometimes you just want to address the 5 or 6 issues and then move on to the next batch after you've done that. So let's not be overwhelming in our feedback to the best of our ability. But yeah, obviously feel free to provide it. And, you know, don't be an asshole. But I have not had that problem, you know, so not super worried about that. Anywho, let's start this shit. So I had people send stuff in a while ago. And I've decided to reopen it because for a handful of reasons. One part is I want it to favor, I still want it to favor older videos that were submitted, but also I want there to be a chance of people who might be here to do it. And not every older person will always be here. So it's kind of trying to make sure to accommodate for everyone. And at this point, I'm going to do this monthly, so it'll take longer to get through them all, you know. If you submitted, hopefully, you know, you'll get lucky, but you know, who knows? Who knows? So the way I'm going to be doing this is I will roll it twice and take it at what we call disadvantage, which means I'm going to go with the lower number. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? All right. So, yeah, let's start. First is 32, second is 5, so we will go with the 5. 5. Moon Spirit! Ah, Moon Spirit! Hell yeah, let's go. Moon Spirit, how you doing? You here? Moon Spirit? Did you submit 2? Just making sure. Okay, some of you submitted 2. We gotta. How do I? All right, I'll fix that shit later. Anyway, we got Moon Spirit up first. So, what do you like most about your work? I haven't played Cuphead. Cool. What do you like most about your work? Doing the voice work, like filming it, editing it into one cohesive video. What are you uncertain about with your work? Your writing, always your writing. When I try to be funny, I wonder if I'll be funny enough. But when I try to write something smart and witty, I wonder if it comes off as boring or dull. All my years on YouTube, I'm sometimes called dry, and I need to put more personality out there, and I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a tough. Yeah, everything on here is public. If you want me to delete whatever you do, I mean, what do you mean? These are public submissions. The whole stream's public. Here's the video. Yeah, it can be hard to get your personality and have that be out there. I don't think dry is an insult necessarily. I mean, unless they say this is dry and I don't like it. I guess that is not the most positive thing. Okay. Yeah. Let's watch Cuphead. Someone rickrolls me. That's fair. Then I'll ban them. We love a timed intro. We loved a timed music footage intro. We love it.
In my childhood, I was obsessed by two things: video games and cartoons. If I wasn't playing Super Mario World or watching Cartoon Network, I was probably doing homework or taekwondo. While I fondly remember programs like Cartoon Cartoons and Toonami, Looney Tunes were my absolute favorites. I mean, who doesn't know who Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck these days? We get to
I think a
thank the
lot of
golden
people,
age of-
Moonspirit, I think you're a boomer. not to roast you immediately. Shit. Let me pull back, Moonspirit. I think a lot of people are forgetting about the classic of Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. You know? I mean, Space Jam 2 might change some stuff. I'm a boomer too, because I watched a lot of this shit when I was a kid. Back in the 1960s. Watching old reruns of Looney Tunes. Yeah. I would say small like editing to script advice here. What I would give at the start is you're showing all Cuphead footage, right? Your whole intro is, you can be 23 and a boomer, by the way. Most people know Big Chungus instead. That's fucking wild. Anyway, like obviously people are gonna know what the video is about because the title is called Cuphead Shining Brightly, right? But I think if you're starting the video talking about like my two favorite things growing up, video games, cartoons, you know, talking about like, oh, I watched Toonami, I watched Looney Tunes, all that stuff, the footage, to the best of your ability, should reflect that, you know? It should not just be gameplay that's completely unrelated to what you're talking about of Cuphead, right? You should have like the I don't even know the name of the guy, but the Toonami guy, right? You should show him. You should show him in the ship or whatever, the Steve Blum guy. You should show some Looney Tunes stuff, you know, that classic ending of the that's all, folks, you know, just some of that stuff. And most of that stuff you'll be able to find clips of it on YouTube. I don't use this. There's a few programs, one's called Clip Converter and one's called 4K Downloader, that you can do and post links in those, and it downloads the YouTube video for you. I would never use one of those, obviously. But it's a tool that some people use, you know? I don't know the legality on it. It's probably not illegal, but, you know, that's what I know a lot of people use. You can probably get those clips from YouTube. There's different ways to do it. Oh, hey, Moonspirit, you're here. Though I fear for copyright, content ID, and have you been here for a while? I missed you. Okay, I'm sorry. Your name on my shit is dark. I see I'm up. Yeah, you're up. Your name in here is like blends in with my background, so I didn't notice you. I apologize. I think that I mean, my best copyright advice. Okay. Here are my three things I'll say about copyright. One, minute you started it, nice. One thing about copyright is, like, if you are not holding it on your clips too long, you should probably be okay, right? I think a lot of people, if you're like, would say the rule of thumb is like 5 to 6 seconds. It probably won't get picked up automatically, and if it does get picked up, it'll probably manually, so someone will have had to manually enter the claim. And that's unlikely. That's unlikely to happen. It could happen, but it's unlikely. Two, in this case, you could easily put in a fair use thing. You know, you could just say, yeah, talking about it in this case and using it as a visual example, it's fair use. And a decent chance that you'd win that. I said 3 things, but I think I have more. Another thing is, if you're not using sound from it, then like you're probably just good. You're probably just good, you know? Sound is what's going to get caught way more than visuals. So if you're just using a visual and you have a different background sound, you're probably fine there too. And the other thing is, like, chances are you won't get a copyright strike. Like, you'll probably get a copyright claim, if anything. You could get a strike, but you'll probably get a copyright claim. So then I guess it's like, what are the negative side effects of having a copyright claim? Some people say that it doesn't perform as well in the algorithm. I haven't always noticed that to be true. I've had some stuff that's gotten claimed and still done it as well, gotten as many views, and I've seen that happen to other people too. And the other negative is obviously you lose out on some revenue. But I guess that's the question you have to ask. Like, is the revenue you're making from your YouTube channel something you're relying on? You know, I would always say, especially when you're at a smaller level where it's not like what you're relying on, like your main job is paying for this channel, right? You know, obviously be worried about strikes and don't do anything really, really dumb. But I don't think claims are that bad for small channels. I got a handful, you know, I don't know. Marked as non-monetized, and 2 years later they changed it to just block the video. Okay, that's bad. Yeah. Claim is low risk for channel, but it can screw the video. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think though, in this case, it's super low risk to include it. Like, I don't think you would get a claim for having a 5 seconds of Looney Tunes, you know? Especially with no sound. And then like the worst case case scenario is that the video gets blocked, which is shitty and bad. You can always edit it and re-upload. The medium case scenario, or the more likely thing, is just that you won't make money from it, which might be a big deal depending on where you're at. You know, so I think that's just something you have to consider, is like how much is this going to negatively affect my life if it doesn't get monetized. But I would say even if you're not, just having Cuphead footage when you're obviously kind of building to this reveal of like Cuphead is the central point of my 2 biggest hobbies, right? Cartoons and video games. You don't want to, like, I mean, obviously people know what it's going to be because of the title, but like you don't want to blow the lid off that, right? Too early. You want to like have the video act as a way to build up to that exciting, like, and this is the perfect game for me. Super Favorite add effect on top like VHS. Yeah, 100%. And that would go well too. You could add like the grainy effect that's part of the Cuphead stuff too, right? You could have that over the whole video, and like thematically then it sticks and meshes.
Watching Cartoon Network, I was probably doing homework or Taekwondo. While I fondly remember programs like Cartoons and Toonami, Looney Tunes were my absolute favorites. I mean, who doesn't know who Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck these days?
Again, who doesn't know Big Chungus and
You have to thank the golden age of animation for bringing cartoons to the forefront. Fleischer Studios gave us Popeye and Betty Boop. Disney gave us Mickey Mouse. And of course, Warner Brothers gave us Looney Tunes. And they all wowed audiences by showcasing what a bunch of wacky drawings can do in motion. The characters move with flimsy gestures, carefree attitudes, and lively worlds. And you really have to admire all the work the animators put in back then. It was truly a renaissance for cartoons as animations got better, grander.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just go back to just push it, right? I really think it's important to show footage of what you're talking about. And I think honestly, like that, doing that very specifically puts you so far ahead of the game. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't have specifics of what they're talking about and doing. But here it's just like, for this whole minute, I'm like, why am I watching? I'm not saying why is it worth hearing what you're saying, but specifically I'm like, why am I watching this? Like, what is this ad? And the answer is, it doesn't add anything. This has visuals for the sake of visuals, and obviously you're gonna talk about Cuphead, but you could literally just have a still image of a guy wearing a bag drinking coffee, and like it would, I mean, that would be less effective because it's a still image. But you could have any video here, and like obviously this is somewhat related because you're talking about Cuphead, but it's not supporting your points in any sort of way. So always think, like, is the thing on the screen the best thing to be supporting my sentence right now? And some sentences are hard to support with video. And that's when like motion graphics can come in big handy, but that stuff also takes a lot of time and is hard. So sometimes you're not always going to have the perfect thing, but you want to be careful because this is like a full minute of just unrelated Cuphead footage to a discussion you're having, which creates this disconnect between the two. Thinking of using some sort of overlay like VH. I think I might have already read that, or shrink in, but yeah, I think all that would be kind of cool and help you not get screwed with copyright stuff. Yeah, and I think you do a smart thing, right, by showing like Popeye, by showing Big Chungus, by showing the Looney Tunes thing. But I think there's probably more elegant ways to do it other than just having them be pop-ins over unrelated Cuphead footage.
An independent video game company called Studio MDHR, headed by the brothers Chad and Jared Moldenhauer, as they developed a video game that's sole focus was to pay homage to the golden age of animation, particularly the Max Fleischer era. And when Cuphead came out, everyone raised their metaphorical cups and toasted this game's accolades. Hey, how do you beat the tutorial?
True.
Not only did it look amazing, but the game was actually super fun and more than a cartoon. I even heralded this game.
It's weird. It's been a while. Did I look over
Indie
this
Game of the
one?
Year, but I want to do this game justice, as I want to really
Please
sink my
remind me.
teeth in this game. Or rather, dip my pen into the inkwell of this beautiful homage of 1930s cartoons. So get yourself a cup of your favorite beverage as we take a sip of what's inside Cuphead.
Nice Cuphead stuff.
Is it brains? Ew.
Do you what are you using in the background there? Where is this? Okay. Do you have a green screen, I assume, right? Is this on like a corner? Here's my first bit of advice. Or is this paper? Tell me about your green screen, Moon Spirit. The grainy stuff, I'm pretty sure isn't. That's the game. That's Cuphead. It looks grainy because Cuphead is grainy.
Here,
I might be wrong.
I want to do this.
Like, granted, YouTube does mess stuff up. I don't know.
So get yourself a cup of your favorite beverage as we take a sip of what's inside Cuphead.
Okay. I mean, just in case you haven't, iron your green screen. Iron it. Get a nice slick iron and just get those creases out of there. Okay?
Bad. Is it brains? Ew.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin!
This is a nice little effect. Got the bar coming over. I don't know that I love the readability of this text. I like the old timiness of it.
The first
But
two
it-
boss
yeah.
battles, the Rupak and Goopy Legrand, are perfect to get people set in for what is to come. The vicious Veggie Trio have simple attack patterns like Cell Sputter's Dirt Fire that teaches you simple, straightforward projectiles that can easily be dodged. Ollie Bulb's Tears of Pain have non-specific fall pattern attacks that you'll have to learn to outmaneuver. Chauncey Chatanet unleashes homing attacks in the form of his easily dispatchable carrots and a psychic beam that attacks you where you stand, teaching you even more about the types of attacks you'll have to face. Gooby Legrand is a simple fight, but he's no pushover, as his fight shows that boss fights can evolve as the fight continues, keeping you on your toes. At first, he's easy to run and gun, but once he gets big, he's slightly hard to avoid. Thankfully, all his punches are avoidable if you learn to duck. Trust me, you'd be surprised how ducking can save your life. The bosses aside from these two will be much harder to bustle and tussle with. Some bosses can be a cinch if your reflexes are fast enough, which is almost a requirement considering almost all of the fights are supposed to last less than 2 minutes. I know that in my first playthrough it took me at least 5 hours to complete, whereas my second playthrough...
Yeah, I'm not saying don't keep the stylized text. The text is cool, but it's always about does it fit the theme and is it easy to read? I think it was a little hard to read, but I'm also dyslexic.
over 3. So yeah, know the game enough, you definitely gonna get good.
But I guess what I'm saying is you could probably... Oh, sorry, I forgot. You could probably have... Moon Spirit, make sure you're adding captions to your video.
The bosses might be.
Add your own captions. You just copy your script, paste it in the captions, and it does it for you. Fisticuffs gave trouble, yeah. I just think that it's good to have something on theme, but you know, you could use this font. Like, this is the font I would use, right? Because it fits with the game and it has that old-timey feel.
The progress bar always shows how far or close you are to beat them. It's just that just one more round mentality that keeps you going, especially since they taunt you after every single loss. And like Dark Souls, you always get that sense of accomplishment when you achieve the knockout win. And if you're anything like me, sometimes you gotta make fun of your enemy for all the hard times they have given you.
I dream of Jimmy.
Dead. Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I'm going up the wheels of this crazy train. I blow to Kingdom Come. You don't mean a thing to me if you can't even swing.
Good day for a swell battle.
We love a good Moon Spirit dance. I'll try to figure out captions. Should have cut the victories a bit. Yeah, I think you probably need, like, one would have been good, right? Just have one and have it move quick. I think having was it 5 goes just a little long, because if it's one, you can just work on having like a strong killer joke for it.
You know this was coming, but can you blame me? This game is coming hard. This game is like Gunstar Heroes' boss battles with Contra level difficulty, except for the one-hit deaths. And the bosses are always a great time to fight because you're not just fighting a boss, but an ever-evolving boss fight. Every fight gives you new phases to learn, patterns to avoid, or even parry. The parry system definitely negates attack.
Sorry, what is this category? Game mechanics. Game mechanics. Gunstar Cup Souls. Okay.
Fighting Ruby and Croaks. The incoming peak fiery fist count, you can tell when you hear a followed by the slap. The lever for the slot machine is parryable, but it just gives you a simple slap. It's like the game rewarding you with a special high five like hey after a special parry. In a way, Cuphead is like Dark Souls. Take the risk, you get rewarded. And if you parry the correct way, you gain higher ranks. Or is this? Nobody likes Junkyard Jive because of all the bullet hell bullshit we had to deal with. And nobody certainly is a fan of Dr. Call's diamond attack. But when Dr. Call does attack,
yeah, I like you using the sound effects to illustrate the point you're making.
Give you ample time to use your special attack so you don't have to finagle your way through the fight any longer. If your reflexes are sharp enough and you're patient enough, you can make it like a champ. Even the mausoleums encourage you to chain more parries, which can net you 5 consecutive parries for an achievement. You parry, you get more special, and in a way, watching you pull off multiple parries is an art in of itself. Speaking of art,
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
in today's day and age,
So I
society-
think one thing, I know you and I have talked about it a fair bit, Moon Spirit, as I've looked over some of your scripts, is thinking about like what is the purpose of a video, right? What do you want a video to achieve? What are your goals at any point? If it's just a general review, then you're thinking, who is this review for? Is it for someone who's never played the game, or is it for someone who has played the game? And I think there are different ways to do it. There are obviously plenty of people who are super successful with just the comedic review style. I obviously gravitate more towards the topic style, right? Like for me, the video I would make on Cuphead, and I haven't played Cuphead, but based off the 6 minutes I've watched, I'd make like the art of the parry, right? And talking about the interesting elements of the parry mechanic, because you actually had a fair bit of stuff to say about that and what you liked about it, how you like stringing them together. I would do that, compare different parries in different games, and why Cuphead's changes how things work and make you think about the game different, and how it's similar but different to other parries as well. This is like the quick minute idea that I actually have no idea if it would make a good video, but you get my point. Like looking at the game, finding the thing you see as most interesting and talking about that. And if you want to make reviews, just general reviews, because that's what you find interesting, and like that's the skill you want to work on, I think that's perfectly valid. That is perfectly fine. It all really comes down to what your goals are. If your goals are to have your channel be seen by more people, to grow in size, I don't think that general reviews are the best approach. I think that the topics are the best approach, because when it comes to review, so I don't know yet. Before I go into a whole diatribe, what are your goals? What do you want out of YouTube, and how do you want to improve, Moon Spirit? This is more of trying to highlight how great the game is rather than just a regular review. Yeah, I still feel like it feels like a regular review, right? Because not like a regular review, obviously a very positive review, but you're breaking down the same things you would in a review of, hey, I'm breaking down the boss battles, I'm breaking down the parry mechanics and other mechanics, I'm breaking down the animation. I can't remember if I've seen this script before. Oh, yes. I'm so excited for this. But obviously we're going to get to a part where we get to music and dancing. Love to try retrospectives in the future. Yeah. I mean, I think, what you have here is a general review, right? And oh God, I'm getting a call from my internet people. Fuck. Whatever. We're streaming. Dead Pair. Okay, I have not seen the script. Yeah, I think it's like you have a positive review, specifically highlighting the things you like most about Cuphead. I think the next step in terms of like, if I don't know, if one of your goals and one of your hopes is to continue like having more eyes on your video, on your work, I think bringing in that focus is what's going to be important, because when it comes to reviews at this point, people usually watch reviews from certain channels that they know and trust the most to give opinions on stuff that they have to say. That's because you're torrenting. I'm not. That's the thing. So it's a market that's hard to break into. So I think the best way to move forward with it, because like, yeah, I mean, people, if you want, you go to people go to Skill Up, right? People are like, oh, I want a review on new game. Okay, Skill Up time, or whoever it is, you know, people will go to and see it. And YouTube knows that and will push those channels. So the way to move forward as a smaller channel is to take like the one or two things about a game that you love and have that be the video. Some reviews I make are more to bring awareness to games, fair, but I like to entertain, so super shy in real life. See, I think you can have a more focused thing. Like you could make a Cuphead video all about certain mechanics that you think are great, or like a boss battle breakdown or something like that. And have that be the focus, have that be the thesis, and still, you know, include your comedic elements to it and all that stuff. But again, it all comes down to your goals. If you just have fun making reviews and that's what you want to do, I don't want to tell you that your focus should be like deeply exploring one element of a game, you know. But if that is something you want, if you are looking for your channel to grow in size, I think the typical review format is a hard space to do that in. Okay. I'm gonna go to you dancing because that's what I want to see next. This is amazing. So this is just a music section, right? The dedication, Mood Spirit. Let's go. Hey, just want to say, I love this. Just want to say, solid job. Solid job. Like, you're wearing a green suit in front of a green screen. And it looks good. That looks good. That seems hard, right? Seems like you'd have, whatever. You have a blue screen, nice. Yeah, Mood Spirit. I gotta say, I know you think you're a shy person, and maybe you are. But I love the energy in your videos and your unapologetic ability to just have joy. Let's bop. Oh, that was so good. Oh, the glasses bit fucking killed me.
And now for something I think you'll really like.
What do you mean? I really liked that. Tribute to animation in video games? Yeah. Yeah, man, I love when you do dancing stuff. I just love, like, the dedication to it. This one was so funny. I love it, dude. I love it. It's so funny. Yeah, I think what you got to keep considering is just I don't want you I don't want you to misconstrue my advice. I don't want you to not do goofy stuff. You know? 100% that is not what I want. I think you should definitely stay true to yourself, do funny stuff, the dancing, like, cause who's dancing? You know, who's doing this? It's you. You have cornered the market on it. And it's just like, it's pure. You know what I mean? In a world of so much cynicism on the internet, I love when you toss in a dancing thing. We just worry about being but you do more than just dancing stuff. And I know other videos you don't necessarily do. I wouldn't say every video you should do a dancing thing, right? I wouldn't say that like you should base your reviews on how good the music is to dance to. But I think it's a fun bit that you do throughout your videos, and something you clearly get a lot of joy from. And I love the dedication. I love the step up. You know, the step up of getting a flower costume. I think that's awesome. But yeah, so I don't want to be, don't take that to be like, don't stay your funny and creative self, right? I think it's just about like considering what you want the focus of your channel to be. And I think you could definitely bring in that focus a fair bit through the stuff we talked about in the first minute, right? Of always having footage that's relating to what you're talking about, so that viewers literally will have to stay more focused on what you're saying instead of letting their eyes and minds wander off to other places. And also, yeah, I think there is value to general reviews, but I think it is a really hard space to grow in. And as far as like titling, right? Like Cuphead shining brightly, like, you know, what does this mean to me? What does this mean to me? That it's good? Right? Dude, we just watched the dance section. It's so good. We got more at the end. I think your title doesn't really do a good job of what you actually talk about. Like, it's just Cuphead, good game, right? It could be Cuphead, good game. That could be the title. I think you know, with titles, it's this mixture of being vague that you want to be vague. How do you say that word? While also being stupidly specific, which sounds counterproductive and intuitive. But if you don't have like a thing that people can latch on to, like, why, you know, me seeing this, what I can see, and mentally I'm like, this guy is going to talk positively about Cuphead. And maybe that's enough, right? Maybe that's enough for some people. But for most people, like, you want like Cuphead and then thing that is going to make me be like, oh, I wonder. You know? Anyway, so I think you could definitely bring the focus in some.
Ah, shucks. One last dance.
Other thing, Moon Spirit, you gotta make a TikTok, bro. I know that sounds like a meme, but genuinely it's not. TikTok has so much value.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to like this video, subscribe.
And I know it sounds like a meme, but it's really not. All right, chat. This is Moon Spirit. I hope some of that helped. I mean, I think it's just about bringing in the focus and deciding what you want. Like, as far as comedy stuff, like, yeah, I think I don't think you're too dry in general. I think you have enough personality in your voice and what you say. A few of the jokes, as you like admitted, go on too long. You don't necessarily need as much of that joke as you do. But yeah, I mean, I think you have different ways of showing your personality. And I think I love the dancing section as how it functions in the video. I think it works. But I think somebody suggested that you could also in a very solid way, use those as transitions, right? Like those could transition between sections, and have it fit in a different way. And then just not all be lumped in like a minute or two thing at the end or near the end. Just a thought. Here is his channel. 420. Imagine chat. Imagine 420. Imagine. Just imagine. Oh shit. 430 chat. 430. Imagine. Imagine. Tetrix after. And again, I'm not saying that you should dance in every single video. Do it when you think it feels right. Okay. But it just could be a way to use it when you decide it makes sense. It would be good. All right, chat. Hope some of this helped on that, Moon Spirit. Let's. When the dance calls to dance, magic dance. Dude, yeah, I'm glad you were here for it too. We love watch. I think in the past, a more critical Raz would have been like, cut that stuff, cut the dancing, because it's not servicing some greater, higher video essay function. But I think like that's what makes it good. You know what I mean? I think having your own personality, having your own unique take on it, and the passion of it, right? That's me. I felt very over dramatic there, but I stand by it. I think the excitement you clearly have and the fun you clearly have makes it super worth it. You know what I mean? Like, you could put out a very technical and good essay that just has zero interest or passion in it, and no one's going to connect to it. But when you have that kind of energy and that really like lets you pull out your personality in a unique way, I think there's just so much value to that. And a more snooty Raz would probably be weird about it. But I think as I've grown and seen more creators doing their own thing, it's like a no-brainer that you should keep that sort of thing. Live your bliss, live your joy. Always love Move's sense of excitement and enthusiasm in his work. Yeah. I think, there's tons of, hey Nico, there's tons of valuable stuff that you can have in videos. And I think passion is one that is underrated. I think people don't always appreciate how much passion matters. Worth tuning in. Goodbye, Raz. Hello, Moon. Thank you for the bits. All right, chat. We're going to take a little pause because I need to fill up my water and I need to urinate. So we'll listen to some music and I'll be right back. All right? BRB. All right, we're back. I didn't forget my water. Chat, how you doing? How long do these feedback streams last? I don't know. I usually go I've gone like 4 to 6 hours typically. Depends on my energy. Depends on, yeah, mostly my energy. And usually we get through like 8. Fortunately, it you know, to give any sort of kind of meaningful feedback, it takes a little while. Usually doesn't take an hour video, but sometimes. All right, chat. Let's keep her rolling. Keep it rolling. All right. 48 now. Or do we have more? 48. Sweet. So we're rolling these at disadvantage. 10. Probably gonna be 10. 10 and 39. Jimothy, you here? Alright, it's supposed to be long enough for me to go to work and come back. Maybe. What's poppin'? Just watching some videos. Go to Curse channel with the weird. Oh, that one was so good. That one was so weird. I loved that one. All right. So it looks like we got some Roblox content. Not what I was expecting. What do you like most about your work? The Watch Mojo part. I had previous version where that edit was my only edit. It still took an hour. The quality of the video, and it's too boring. And if it's too boring. All right. We'll give it a watch soup time. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it is necessarily in my wheelhouse of content of what I make or watch. So I'll do my best. Actually, though, I've unironically considered making a Roblox video. You should. I've thought about it too. Roblox is wild. Yeah, it's Roblox is kind of the future. So is this this is, what is that fucking game called? You are a boomer for sure. What is the SCP game? Yeah, SCP. So there's a game called SCP. Yeah, SCP Containment Breach. And it's been remade in Roblox. That is why Roblox is wild. Because every game you want to play is in Roblox. There is for sure a bunch of great Roblox videos that could be made. I've thought about it, but I don't know. I might make a Roblox video at some point too. So like Dreams, sorta. Pure chaos. Okay. The main issue I have with Roblox is like if I make a Roblox video and promote it as a Roblox video, the people that want to watch it won't watch it, and then a bunch of kids, or won't click it because it's Roblox, and then a bunch of kids will click it and be like, this isn't a fun like, why is this boomer fucking talking about Roblox in a video essay? And then they would click off of it, so the retention would be like 1 second and the click-through rate would be shit, and then it would be a failure. But I think there's a really good, I mean, that's not a reason to not make a video, is that it might not do well, but it is one of the reasons it's not super high on my list. Okay. I'll keep watching. I mean, Roblox is made for kids. This is like a mod that is not part of the actual game. This is something that somebody made and that people can access. I don't really understand the legality of it, why it's allowed to be on here, but yeah. Anyway. SU, okay, it's Creative Commons. Fair. All right, we'll pause it here. What I'll say is, like, I think this is probably your one of your first videos, first time using an editing software. You know, which is perfectly valid. I would say, as someone who knows nothing about, who knows very little about Roblox and who knows very little about SCP, it is hard to know what's going on, right? So when you have text like, I'm not dealing with that, I have no idea what you're not dealing with. You know, I don't know what's going on. Maybe someone who plays these games a lot would, but I don't. You know, I guess this is easy enough to understand. It's pure chaos unfolds upstairs, right? But like, what's like, I can hear that, so I don't need this. I would say, like, your next steps moving forward. I mean, I don't know how robust Movie Maker is, so that might be part of it. But I think your next step moving forward is probably having some sort of voice, right? Like that is what is going to make any sort of gameplay clip like this work, is live reactions or post reactions, right? Talking about what's going on. Like, it could be like a let's play sort of thing where you're, you know, freaking out about stuff and getting into stuff, but, you know, be recording yourself. Or it could be a post game thing where you talk about the game, you talk about what was happening, the why this is interesting enough to be its own video. Like, you talk about the game, you know. Or you could do the like old, you know, CNNers schlatt thing where you just like talk about some random subject, I guess, over the top of it. But I guess, like, right now I'm like just watching pure gameplay with a few text things popping up that I don't fully get the context of is just hard to fully understand what's going on. So again, I don't know your setup. I don't know what you have access to. I mean, I have some assumptions. Like, my guess is you're probably on the younger side, which is perfectly fine to, you know, be learning how to make content and be, you know, making content as a kid. Like, that's what I did, and my early shit is different. It is different, and I learned a lot from it, and I've gotten, you know, better from it. So I don't know what you have, and I imagine it's going to be limited in some ways. But if you can get a hold of a microphone, I think, I mean, and even if you don't have a microphone, if you have a phone, I don't know. I imagine every kid has a phone now, right? If you have an iPhone, everyone has an iPhone in the world. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you could just hit record, like voice recording on your iPhone, talk into it. It might not be the highest quality, it might not be the perfect thing, but it's going to be better and have more context than this, right? Because I don't fully know what's going on. I don't know much about the game. Your title is Soup Time. I don't know what that means. So yeah, I think bringing in the focus by having some sort of guidance, right? Having some sort of guidance for what you're doing and what your content's about. Voice memo is pretty high quality. Yeah, I would definitely say if you have an iPhone or any sort of phone, there are certainly apps for it that you can record your voice and then put it into Windows Movie Maker alongside of it. Is this soup time? Is this the soup? But yeah, I would say your first step, if you're using Windows Movie Maker, get some sort of audio. Get some sort of audio. That's the first step. And be your voice guide for it. So that's gonna, I mean, I'm not gonna give too much more advice because I don't make this kind of content. I don't know what goes into making this kind of content great. I mean, I'll say it seems like you have kind of two videos and, you know, they seem unrelated. You have this stuff outside and then this stuff that's SCP. You know, so maybe switch it to just one thing. But yeah. My advice would be your next step is to add your own personality to this. And the best way to do that is through your voice. So yeah, thanks for the submission. Hope something in there helped. You're a huge fan of your YouTube videos. Glad I finally found you stream. Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Don't get discouraged. Yeah, I think it's a first. It seems like an early video. Someone trying to figure out what to make. So I think the next step is just adding a voice. You know, adding their personality. Did I get 25 twice in a row? It's destiny. It's destiny. Meant to be. Sai, you here? Started making YouTube, making Clash Royale Let's Plays. Damn. All right. Okay. So what do you like about your work? Very weird and raw style, mixing analysis with whatever this is. What are you uncertain about? My voice, accent, and putting 400 hours into a video that gets 5 views. That is a topic we should talk about. Oh, wow. This is a long beast. This is a long beast. We will not watch this whole thing. But I'm excited already. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3. So let's talk about this. Watch it all on stream. Let's talk about this. 400 hours into a video that gets 5 views. I think it's all about what you're trying to set up, what you're trying to do, what you want. If you're trying to learn, if you're trying to grow as a channel, yeah, obviously that's not sustainable. I don't know what's making it take 400 hours. It is, your video is 1 hour and 45 minutes. So I'm sure that's part of it. I'm sure that is part of it. But you know, I get that. I think creation can be really difficult because you want to put out something that's great, something that's perfect. But the amount of time that can go into that sometimes makes it not worth it at all. Yeah, I mean, if you put all your heart and soul into something and it doesn't get seen by people, that's hard. That is hard to keep that motivation coming forward. So the secret is figuring out what kind of work you can create that will keep your motivation moving forward, even if nobody sees it. You know, so that is what you have to figure out. And I don't know what that is necessarily, but yeah. Geppetto, for me personally, if it's a long video, chapters included, I will be more inclined to watch. I think that's a really good suggestion. I imagine you have some sort of segments in here for something this long. If you go into your description and type time stamps and time codes, it'll break it and segment your video into it. I mean, does Big Joel have it on his? Let's see. No. Does Philosophy Tube's new one have it? No. Fuck. All right, none of these people are doing it with their longer videos. Which, by the way, I think Mitch did on his video. Fuck. All right. Sole purpose. Fuck. God damn it. No one's doing it. That's to start with 000. King K. King K.
This video is sponsored.
No free clout.
That base.
You're lying, chat. You said he. Whatever. You all know what I'm talking about. Here, you do this, right? Yeah. If you have a video as long as this really could use that because it helps segment it, gives it a good idea for what you're looking for. Ludwig, Sean, yeah, lots of people do it. I just picked all the wrong people. But yeah, anyway, I think there's definitely value into figuring out a way to create content that it doesn't matter to you how many people watch it. And putting 400 hours into something, probably it's going to be hard to walk away feeling that way. So yeah, I mean that's just the starting. Let's watch.
It'll be fine, right?
I've been waiting.
Okay.
I love Kingdom Hearts, I really do. Even more now with recent.
Okay, subtitles not. Why? I'm confused. I guess. I assume that subtitles would default to the person watching, but it seems like they're. Maybe your country or whatever. Yeah. It's Dutch. Why?
Recently released reminds the.
Why is it doing that? I mean, because auto translate. Anyway, my point is, I'm just. I mean, I guess because his. Country's probably the language is Dutch, even though he's not speaking Dutch. Interesting. That is interesting. Regardless, I would say, hey, add your own subtitles. Always a good thing to do. Always a good thing to do. You can, if you have your script all written out. Why am I looking for United States? I'm a fucking idiot. I'm so dumb. C, D, E, F, G, English. Excuse me. Always add your own subtitles. You can just copy your script into a thing and it'll auto assign stuff. It's not always perfect, but it's going to be a little bit better than the auto generated one. Anyway, I liked this. I don't get the Netflix joke, but
It'll be fine, right?
like the transition. Cool intro.
I've been waiting.
Okay.
I love Kingdom Hearts, I really do. Even more now with recently released Reminds DLC. But oh man, what a strange piece of content that DLC is. And we're talking about Kingdom Hearts.
Quack.
A series where you can go from Donald quacking to fighting Sephiroth.
Okay. So two things. One thing is, I don't think your accent's a problem. I think your accent sounds good. I would say it is important that you have subtitles, though. Just people can watch along, and if there ever is a word that is slightly different from what people expect it to sound like, your subtitles can help a lot. And the YouTube auto generated subtitles are kind of trash, so put your own in. Put your own in. Be careful playing sound that has speaking, though, as you are talking, because it becomes a competition.
Quack.
A series where you can go from Donald quacking to fighting Sephiroth 5 seconds later.
Darkness.
That's nuts.
And I want to fuck your mother with my long dick.
Just don't.
Okay. For you, this is the future.
Basis of the plot is told in a mobile gacha game,
Here, take it. As if.
or in these optional items.
Yeah, I can already see why it took 400 hours. Yeah, everyone in chat saying I can see why it took 400 hours. Lots and lots and lots of small, tiny edits every couple seconds.
One day she was just gone.
And sorry, but I'm not playing Dark Souls, at least not right now. And reading these reports, you can find out that Ventus was some kind of Trojan horse planted for Master of Masters to destroy his plans. Like, what?
Ven, I'm sorry.
Perfect.
But is Remind really worth getting into? I'd argue, not because it's bad, as if Remind brought me more joy than any other DLC I have ever played, turning KH3 into one of the hardest games I have ever played, but I got most of my fun out of Remind in the form of pure distilled gameplay, on par with something like DMC or Fury, while the storyline is a bit disappointing. Whoa! Well, that will come later. Like it often goes with Nomura, he has to make everything canon. Every little spin-off has to have some huge story implications. Even a game that you'd think couldn't possibly...
This is like... this is... okay. I don't know if you all knew this, but there's something called the Zoomer gland that all Zoomers have. And this feels like the video was just fully injected with everything from the Zoomer gland. Hard time, yeah. The edits, I think I like the weirdness, but I think it is right now a competition between the almost sort of normal things you're saying and the wild fucking edits that the edits that are happening. So I think like you need those things to work together. The edits per second is just wild, and I have no idea if you keep this up the entire video. I think to a degree you have to think like what edits are helping me and what edits are not adding anything, right? So like,
it's not right now. And reading these reports, you can find out that Ventus was some kind of Trojan horse planted for Master of Masters to destroy his plans. Like, what?
Ven, I'm sorry.
like what is, I mean, this is a transition that like is whatever, but like, what does this have to, you know, what is this doing? You know what I mean? What is this adding to what you're saying? Like showing clips from Final Fantasy VII Remake of this scene, right? Like, it's a funny edit, but what is the value to the point you're making about a different game? Like, yeah, it's tangentially related, I suppose, because Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts exist in a similar sphere, but is this adding anything? So I think part of it is maybe figuring out like which edits are too much of non sequiturs to make sense.
Perfect.
But is Remind really worth getting into? I'd argue, not because it's bad, as if Remind brought me more joy than any other DLC I have ever played, turning KH3 into one of the hardest games I have ever played, but I got most of my fun out of Remind in the...
Like, I don't know what background sound is playing there, and if you're going for pure chaos, that's fine, but like, all that does is kind of distract me, right? All that does is kind of distract me from what you're saying, and maybe there's some sort of real deep benefit from it, but most people aren't going to be able to spend the time or mental energy to figure it out.
The form of pure distilled gameplay, on par with something like DMC or Fury, while the storyline is a bit disappointing.
I love that. this is really such a small thing.
on par with something like DMC or Fury, while the
Storyline.
But like having stuff like that's great. That sort of edit I think is really good because it breaks up what you're saying. It gives some sort of focus to what you're saying. But everything is kind of moving so quickly. It is hard to like focus on what is being
a
said.
bit disappointing. Whoa! Well, that will come later. Like it often goes with Nomura, he has to make everything canon. Every little spin-off has to have some huge story implications. Even a game that you'd think couldn't possibly be of any significance, I mean, it was originally released...
Right, like right now I'm supposed to be paying attention to like 4 things. Right, your voice, this music that is kind of have a big moving forward, this guy dancing around with Fortnites and moving, and then like the sounds you have going on in the background. It's just too much. I think it's too much going on that my brain can't keep up with it. You know. For example, there was a meme. Okay.
Exclusively on this thing.
Panasonic.
Thanks.
Oh no.
Game where this happens.
We're like,
Panasonic.
what?
Thanks.
Oh no.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just so much, and I don't. It feels like YouTube poop, but a video essay. Yeah, which I think is really like there is. That's a really way to look. Interesting way to look at it. There is value to that, right? I think it needs. I think. But here's the thing: wouldn't he just be better making a YouTube poop then? Right? Like if it was just this much, just make a YouTube poop and don't try to talk about Kingdom Hearts 3 in any sort of meaningful way. I think it needs to be focused down more to the bits that actually help push the points forward. I think there's just too much happening and going too quickly.
No.
Game where this happens.
What I really am is Jiminy's journal.
Your journal?
Adds some information to the overall plot, as you can safely skip it.
That was really good.
Couldn't possibly be of any significance, and many other.
Wait,
Or
where'd it
you
go?
will
It's hard to navigate because it's so
Oh
long.
no.
game where this happens.
What I really am is Jiminy's journal.
Your journal?
Adds some information to the overall plot, as you can safely skip it, but you will be very confused in some parts of KH3.
I do know hurt.
Or you will absolutely enjoy all of the myriad little references every step of the way playing these games, like I and many others did. But now Nomura really outdone himself, cause Rewind as a DLC adds
Yeah, I think you shouldn't have it become background. I think it becomes background music. I actually disagree. I think it makes it more distracting. It's funny, but I think it's harder to focus. I think if you just have it end there, then mentally for me, I'm like, oh, cool.
a lot of little improvements to the last chapter of the game that disappointed a lot of people. I fortunately wasn't one of them, but instead of just patching the game with all of the new additions, let's just make Sora travel back in time to the point where endgame starts. Let's make him do all that shit again, but now it's a bit different. Wow. So it is like your usual remaster or enhanced edition, or it's exactly like final mixes from previous installments.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Those added new cutscenes, difficulty levels, many combat improvements.
I mean, yeah. Why didn't you use something from Kingdom Hearts there? Why didn't you have her in front of Kingdom Hearts? You know, like why? That's that. I feel this is so good, but I'm at such a weird crossroads with this. Okay. See, I can't even keep up. I'm seeing stuff and trying to be like, why is this okay? I think it moves too fast. Yeah, that's the issue. Is this is moving too fast. There's too many cuts coming in. Your sounds are little. Your music's a little too memey to keep up with your technical points. It's wild. This is weird and unlike anything I've seen, and I love it for that. I don't want you to just make a 2-hour long. Just a 2-hour long analysis thing. I think the edits in here are awesome. It just moves a little too fast, and it's like hard to focus.
I fortunately wasn't one of them, but instead of just patching the game with all of the new additions, let's just make Sora travel back in time to the point where endgame starts. Let's make him do all that shit again, but now it's a bit different. So it is like your usual remaster or enhanced edition, or it's exactly like final mixes from previous installments.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, okay, he's talking about AAA games or remasters and stuff like this, but this clip doesn't have anything to do with it. It's so tangentially related. I don't know. I feel like you could have her reacting to like like you could just show like stills of remastered games and then something happens to one, and that would make more sense. I don't know.
Those added new cutscenes, difficulty levels, many combat improvements, new bosses, secret endings, but a lot has happened in our gaming sphere since then. But instead of
the music is the music. I'm feeling like a zoomer.
An improved re-release of the game, we get a lot of free updates and an overpriced DLC. And Kingdom Hearts 3 got a hell of a lot of free updates that fixed a hell of a lot of problems that people have had with the game. And in these free updates you get new scenes, critical mode, new awesome keyblades, great new abilities, and something that's still super hard to believe. They basically rebuilt, reworked, remastered, fixed, improved and polished the whole combat system. And the difference here is really
okay. Well, your style is incredible. I think your editing is really funny. And like, yes, I can see why this took you 400 hours. I think the issue you have right now is finding the balance between meme, like being a meme, and giving actual analysis. And you're trying to do both, and there is a way, I think, to do it. I think there is a way to do it, but I think right now you are definitely presenting it in a way where it's going to favor the memeiest stuff in there, instead of the points you're trying to make. I can tell you some of the edits you've made. I'm struggling to tell you anything you've said, which you want those to be married. So finding ways to peel back a few of the edits so they're only things that are focused directly on what you're talking about and not having kind of these offshoots that aren't related. I think also like not letting every bit of the meme fully control your content. I think the Undertale bit was really funny, but having that play for 2 minutes in the background is just it's so unpleasing to hear. It's funny, but it's not a good song the way it's done, you know? So it becomes grating, and it like makes me anxious while watching. And maybe that's what you want me to feel, but I think that's going to be hard to keep people engaged and keep people as an audience. So I think moving stuff, making stuff a little slower is important, and still like finding ways, sure, to make the audience uncomfortable at moments, but not like fully dedicating to a gag that is going to negatively impact how they're feeling, if that makes sense. But I think like your editing ability, the keyframes themselves, are just super good. Like, yeah, the VO, Chad is saying the VO needs to be louder. Your VO definitely needs to be hit harder for sure. You need to be far over the top of of all the other shit that's being said. It's so enticing and deeply off-putting. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna skip to see if you keep the energy up 46 minutes in. Yep. Yep, it doesn't stop, chat.
What if he fucking dies?
We're one-winged angel, but like together, so the two-winged angel, so nothing.
Yeah, audio needs to be louder. If you're gonna use gameplay clips like this, if you're gonna use any sound in the background, your audio, your voiceover needs to be way, way louder. They should not be sitting at the same levels. You need your voiceover to be on top of this for sure. I think that would help a lot with the focus, but also, yeah, slowing stuff down a bit, letting stuff breathe some.
Yes, my favorite attack is back, baby. Oh, he's getting angry. Okay. Are you going to throw planets at me? What? What? Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
That does seem me to actually slow down a bit. Now you're just kind of showing the gameplay. I guess it slows down some. Is the creator here? I don't think he's here.
Oh, Sarah woke up. Finally. He fights without his beast. I absolutely love this fight. Every element of it works together brilliantly. Every single attack is polished to perfection. And his DM, it looks so sick, making the whole arena overflow with darkness. His two huge dark balls of darkness are shooting at you with hundreds of smaller dark balls. And the way it sounds, the animations...
See here, I mean, it does slow down. It does slow down.
I slowly come to the conclusion that KH1 is still my favorite.
I mean, I agree with
one.
that. Yeah, having edits that intense the whole way through would be wild and probably not worth it.
I'm playing here now, Birth by Sleep 358, and that's about it. I mean, okay.
So it slows down and you kind of go specific boss by boss, and you are ranking each fight.
Or then my path is clear.
What?
And now we're in our hearts. And now we're in Japan.
I accidentally.
Your voice is for sure too quiet. Okay. I'm a little confused by what this video is. I thought I understood it, and now I no longer understand it.
And so, the final battle ended, but Kairi didn't return. Even if I continue the search with my past self, I won't find her. What should I do? That's it!
Yeah, that shit's good. Alright, yeah, my advice would be bring the focus in. You have like such a weird idea and style, and you just have to work on melding those things together, because right now, it's this kind of, watching this, it's hard to keep up. There are so many things happening, and you just need to pare it back. You need to bring it back a bit, a lot, in order to have the things actually work together. Having a Mimi style that's really goofy, fast paced is fine, but it's just a lot. Like, it's just it moves really, really fast, and it's hard to keep up with anything. Like I couldn't pay attention to both things. I couldn't pay attention to both the edits and your voiceover. That's obviously a problem. I mean, I think liken it to jazz. See your bread tap. liken it to jazz. If you're listening to a jazz solo, the pauses are as important as the fast playing notes. If it's just a constant, you know what I mean? That becomes a problem. It becomes not interesting. Or if you go to a stand-up special and the comedian just runs through the jokes, it's like, let me tell you about peanuts on airplanes. The thing about peanuts on airplanes is that you get them and they're so nutty. Oh my goodness, haha. Anyway, this one time I met my girl at a club and she, you know, like if it's just too fast and there's no time to breathe, no time to pause, no time to build up that anticipation, it makes everything not land. It makes things not work. It doesn't, you know, the anticipation of a punchline is very important. And if you don't give your audience the chance to breathe, whether that be because of your jokes or your thoughts, it's just going to be impossible to keep up. So I think the move is find a way to have your edits better support the things you are saying. They can still be goofy, they can still be memey, you can still go on these big little journeys, but you gotta have it be focused, and you gotta have spots for breaths. Anyway, chat, yeah, I'm gonna post a link to this channel. Interesting shit. I mean, I think you have a unique style that just needs to be honed. It needs to be honed and work for your audience instead of making your audience work. You know? That would be my advice. Any additional things, chat? Yeah, I mean, I feel like the general vibe is like a mixture of awe and exhaustion. I think you definitely have a bit of a magic here that could be tapped into and really create something people would be interested in watching. I'd say a start of that is doing shorter stuff. Yeah. Break it up. Yeah. Have it be a series. Have it be a series about Kingdom Hearts or different things, you know? Especially when that many edits are going into it, because that is a big thing. With any sort of YouTube video, it's just like, it's hard to keep an audience's attention for long. And especially, listen, when somebody sees a video and it's over, frankly, if it's over 30 minutes, mentally to them, that means it's up on my second monitor or second tab and I'm playing a video game. That is what it signals to them. That's what it signals to your average viewer. And that would be a bummer for your stuff. Cause your stuff has edits, and a lot of edits far into the video. So break that shit up. Make it 10-minute videos, bro. If it's over 6 seconds, not even bothering. All video essays are vines. True. Dude, that's why I start all my stuff with I hate fast travel or minimaps are stupid. Just so they know. That's all they needed. They only needed the first 6 seconds. Anyway, thanks for the submission. I think pare down, make it more focused. And don't spend 4 hours on a video. Spend 40 hours on a much shorter video. Very, very fascinating. That was very. I've not ever watched a video essay like that before, which I think that is a good thing. I think there's steps you need to take to make it more viewer friendly, but I do think you have an interesting style that like is pretty untapped. All right, next up. 34 and 38. Ben Lucas. Ben, you here? What the fuck did I do? Ben, do you exist? Yeah, okay. Zooming, a helpful guide for non-zoomers.
From the very first episode.
Ooh, I like your voice. Why did I turn off notifications? Why am I... Here's his channel. 110, imagine? Okay, let's read your stuff. What do you like most about your work? I feel like I'm pretty concise with my words to get my point across quickly. What are you uncertain about? I'm not sure the editing is as slick or engaging as it could be, and I feel like I could probably get more in depth, into more depth with topics I tackle instead of saying generally on the surface level. Okay. What are your goals? To create videos which connect with those who have or haven't seen, played / heard whatever piece of art I'm talking about. Okay. So you're trying to make it appealing to both parties. Obviously, that's always going to kind of have to tailor more towards this group than this group, though, which is fine. Whatever piece of art I'm talking about, videos that will convince those who haven't experienced to give it a chance and those who have a new perspective on it. Yeah, a hard thing to thread. That is what I think a lot of people try to do. I've stepped away from videos ATM whilst I focus on learning Japanese. Hell yeah, but I like to incorporate that into them in the future. Talking about non-localized games or trends. Yeah, people are super interested about that sort of thing. I think translation in general is a very fascinating thing. I mean, stories can appear way different based on how it's localized. And being able to use this, use your actual skills at knowing Japanese, opposed to this article I read from, Gaming Weekly. Being able to use your skills, that's a huge thing. That is very interesting, and I think you can present that in a cool way. All right, a place further than the UK. Ben talks about how a certain anime gave him that final push to go to Japan. Let's go.
From the very first episode, A Place Further Than the Universe had me in...
Just as a reminder, Ben, in case you haven't listened to the other ones, always big recommend, copy and paste your script. There is a button on the channel page, your what's a fucking video manager. You can go to the video, click add closed captioning. Just copy and paste your script in there, and it'll automatically time the stuff. It'll end up looking a lot better than this, and help people who, whether it be people who are deaf, or just people that are kind of hard of hearing, or just people that like to read along. You help out a lot of people, which also makes your videos more watchable. More people will be willing to stick with them for that.
Enthralled with its totally charming characters, fantastic animation, and grounded feel. But more than anything else, it hooked me with a feeling of inspiration, a feeling that doesn't come across as forced or cheesy. Instead, this feeling is earned, and I'll tell you...
Alright, Chad, do you hear the background music at all? Hey, Ben. Discord date. Watch the Ben. Awesome. Good luck with your Discord date. Yeah, I'd say boost the background a bit. Your voice is, obviously not above your voice, but make it so you can hear it.
Exactly why, if I can. I say if I can because a show connecting with you in one way or another is pretty hard to pin down. The thing with A Place Further Than the Universe is that it isn't my favourite anime of 2018. As a show, I think it's pretty good, the animation is better than most slice of life shows, the characters are constantly expressive, and the mood is generally fun. But I think it can go round in circles with some of the character interaction becoming a little repetitive. Then when they do get to Antarctica, we spend so little time there in comparison to the rest of the journey that, while beautiful, it's all too brief for them returning to feel as powerful as it could have. Despite all of that, it has so many endearing moments that uplifted me to no end, carrying intense themes of inspiration throughout its 13 episodes. This inspirational theme...
So I'm seeing a few of these moments of it. I've talked about it before. Adding text, always consider why you're adding text and is it benefiting what you're talking about, I mean, I saw some over here that said like this was the ends of episode 9 to 13, and it was hard for me to fully understand the purpose of that, or like what was it was adding as I was trying to listen to you.
And carrying intense themes of inspiration throughout its 13
carrying and
episodes.
running. Yeah, I mean, I think stuff like that. Like there are times where text can come on and add to a joke or make a joke happen. I think though, like you don't want to force it. And you don't want people to do what I have just done and be like, oh yeah, wait, what did that text say and what did it add? And then go back. You just, you don't want people to, I mean, in my opinion at least, you don't want people to have to stop and think, oh, did I miss something?
Very core of the plot itself, because you can't get to Antarctica from Japan at 16 without having a spark of madness to get you moving. Each girl here has her own reasons to be doing so, but what connects them is this unrelenting drive to go on an adventure, to prove all the naysayers wrong. Seeing characters so determined in their mindset while still being normal girls is what makes them so likable. Can you find this sort of thing in other anime? Of course, shonen series in particular are known for portraying characters going through struggles in order to be the very best at something. That too can inspire the viewer. What this anime does differently from a shonen is that it gets straight to the point. You're not watching a long ass story where the inspirational struggle can get lost amongst the monotony of the adventure. There's a goal and they tackle it
What are you
head
trying
on.
to say about
It will take a few
Naruto, bro?
seasons in order to get on track to becoming Hokage, the greatest superhero or pirate.
What are you trying to say about Naruto, bro?
Takes mere episodes here. Another benefit of having a relatively short runtime is that the show can inspire you without consuming your life for months while you do nothing with that feeling. These girls are going to Antarctica, there's no doubt about that. Just looking at the OP, you know the direction that the show is heading in. Now, I've got nothing against these shonen. Like most of you, I'm loving My Hero Academia, and Hunter x Hunter is one of my new favourite shows ever. Video coming soon on that. But if you want to see passionate characters doing what others say they can't in a realistic setting, then you're not going to get much better than A Place Further Than the Universe. Not only is this unexpected in a slice of life show, when most of the genre is focused on feel-good meandering, you could argue that this isn't even in that genre. The problems feel even more tangible, comparable to something you might be going through, or in this case, want to go through. I dare you to watch this show and not want to go somewhere or do something adventurous afterwards. That feeling is earned because throughout the show, despite it being relatively easy to get the tickets after meeting the actor Shiraishi, the girls are still struggling every step of the way. In fact, even before Shiraishi puts them on the fast track to Antarctica, they're talking about finding part-time jobs, actually realistic ways to earn money. Seeing them slog through part-time jobs wouldn't be that much fun though, so it's a plot convenience I'm willing to accept. Ironically, seeing these characters jet off from Japan further ignited my passion to go right there. Now, I've wanted to go to Japan for a long time. As someone who had very little interest in travelling, Japan was the exception and my biggest fascination. So a couple of years back, I started putting £20 aside every week to save up for a trip. It's amazing how much you can save without even thinking about it. On top of that, I started learning Japanese on and off as preparation, which is definitely not the way you should be learning any language. However, it costs plenty to go halfway around the world. Fortunately, a great deal eventually popped up for flights in June. This entire time I've wanted to go with a friend, of course, and when sending this person the deal, I was met with a multitude of questions and queries from where we'd be staying to how we'd get to where we...
Yo, this is really good. Let me pause there. This is really good. You know, it's read well. You have a nice voice. I think you present your points well. You have like a good energy to how you do it. You know, there's even a few spots where as you're like talking, you know, you have like you have some laughs, right? It's really solid in that regard. You know, I think the sound stuff you could definitely stand to bump up the background music a bit to help kind of move the video forward, because right now it's sitting pretty low in the mix. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know the full focus of your channel. I already have it open. Let's see. Okay, so you know, a pretty long break. It's been about a year. You said you were taking a break for it, the Future of This Channel update video. And you know, what you were saying is like using your skills of knowing Japanese to help push stuff further. Yeah, no, I think that's exciting and can definitely be used well. So yeah, basic surface level stuff. Music up. You know, also this is really particular and picky. You have some like mouth noise. Most creators have. It's hard. It's almost impossible to talk into a microphone without it picking out your mouth noises. your lips moving and stuff like that. I'm picking that out because from a technical standpoint, I think you have a lot of good stuff going for you. So I'm going to be extra picky on your sound. Might be worth to, listen through the audio track and edit out those little mouth sounds when they come up, and when you hear them, you can usually like heel clip. If you do heel clip, that will go through, and that's usually solid. But yeah, I don't know. I think you have a lot of stuff that's just solid and works well. As far as like the visuals, I think that was something you said. Not sure if the editing is slick. I think you have a very clean edit. You have a very clean edit. It doesn't work against you. Yeah, when I say mouth sounds, it could be a lot of things. It could just be like just the smack of your lips. I don't know. Yeah. Or just like spit moving around in your mouth. It's a small complaint, and honestly, I'm only doing it because I think the rest of his sounds really good. So it's just like the next level of it. Yeah, I mean, your editing is functional. What I would say is, if you want to step it up, is learn one new trick a video, right? It could be, I'm trying to think. I mean, there's just lots of little things you can do with transitions that people do, of like using a character to do a wipe across the screen or something like that, and like move to a new clip. That like is definitely can be hard and time consuming, but I don't know, just like watch other people's anime videos who do it well, and like find one edit that they do, and then when you're making a new video, figure out how to add that edit to what you're doing. That's always my advice, to like build up your skills. At the same time though, like you don't necessarily need super flashy edits. Dude, this video is very good.
In 2004.
Oh, I forgot. That's so cool. Wait, this is what I wanted, right? Where's that edit happen? Is it just throughout this whole section? This might be the wrong one. I was up the whole time. What are you talking about, Jesse?
And that made the fights even cooler and the jokes even funnier.
Story much larger than anything the creators had tackled before. This is something they detail in their book, Avatar: The Last Airbender: Art of the Animated Series. It was released in 2010, and to assemble it, art director and co-creator Brian Konietzko spent a lot of time.
This is just a pretty clean edit so far.
With all the production materials from the show, and it inspired him to work on something brand new. And when the offer from Nickelodeon came in, he and Mike DiMartino jumped on it. A new story, a new city, a new Avatar. But then, an iceberg. This is...
I mean, the intro's cool because of the people who got part of it. Anyway. Hey, Alone Feet Pics, how you doing? Here.
Welcome to 1 Minute Reviews, the show where I struggle to make sentences for about 60 seconds while pissing off Reddit. Today, let's look at Konosuba, the show which made
like,
me explode
kind of quick edits. Also watch Konosuba.
Konosubarashi Sekai ni Shukufuko wo, a Japanese title which has given me a lot of hardship, is an anime which I have an unforgivable love for. While there have been other worthwhile shows to air in 2016 so far, none of them have had the ability to bring a big dumb
And I mean,
smile to my face
you
quite
know,
like
for this
Following
series,
these
he like put like just a ton of edits because like the whole thing is like it's these quick reviews, so it's lots and lots of stuff. You don't need that many things, but yeah, I mean,
lovable idiots throughout a fantasy landscape.
just
Konosuba
considering
manages
the
to be
way that
genuinely
sometimes he'll
hilarious and entertaining
transition
as it maintains
between
a constant energy and
clips.
liveliness as it bobs along all 10 of its episodes. I always love shows that know when to take themselves seriously and when not to, and this one gets it just right. Whether it's down to the chaotic scenarios,
I think there was an edit in here though that I wanted
to.
to.
Sitting around in the inn, Konosuba manages to land its.
I mean, yeah, stuff like that, like right slides to the right, you blur and slide. You blur and go up. Yeah, there's probably better names for that than what I have. But
from episode to episode, and a lot of that can be attributed to the voice cast of our 4 lead characters: Ai Kayano, Sora Amamiya, Jun Fukushima, and Rie Takahashi. I love her. You can feel the chemistry between these 4, and it really goes a long way in making what could have been a fairly generic production into something that feels like it had a lot more love poured into it. It seems like they had fun voicing these characters, and that in turn makes me have fun as a viewer, something which Konosuba really exceeds at. So, with only 10 episodes in season 2 on the way, Konosuba is definitely one of the easier recommendations I've had to make. There's also really good dojin.
Jesus. Anyway. You know, watch videos like that. Watch some anime videos. Find some edits that you like. And have a add one per video. Yes, yeah, shit like that. That's cool. Okay, let's continue.
Be staying to the returns policies for the tickets, etc, etc. All of these are perfectly valid concerns, and I'm not here to shame my friend by any means. After a lot of back and forth, compounded with their determination to make this a perfect holiday, it was clear that we weren't getting anywhere, and I wasn't about to convince them otherwise. At this point, the me of not too long ago would have given in and just said, alright, let's wait then. Likely continuing to wait for God knows how long. After all, I don't want to go this far from home to a country with a predominant language I'm still nowhere near fluent in, where anything could go wrong. On top of all of this, it was looking to be my first time abroad in my 22 years of being alive on this earth, not leaving our great nation even once in all that time. So that's kind of a lot of things pushing me away from going for this on my own.
Yeah, hey,
However, after watching...
Sorry to interrupt you. I like this a lot. I do want to keep it moving, but this is a really solid video. We'll finish it. It's only 2 minutes. One thing I want to say before I forget it. You know, thumbnail game's solid enough, but think about like why people are gonna click it, right? This, which is like anime girl face, maybe, and then you have like a place further than the UK. What does this mean to me, and what does this have to do with the show? Like, what is the hook? I think like. Based on what you have, the bigger hook, the clickbaity yet still true title would be the anime that got me to go to Japan, right? Like, or the show that convinced me to go to Japan, or the show that convinced me to travel however many miles it is to get to from the UK to Japan. You know, like that is the take, because a place further than the UK. This doesn't mean the anime inspired me to travel. Yeah, whatever it is, like you know, this doesn't mean much to the average person. It doesn't indicate what the video is going to be about, and sure, it works well. Like when you're watching it, I can then be like, yes, okay, a place further than the UK. This guy's from the UK, and he went to a place far away from the UK. But this doesn't really tell me beforehand. Like this doesn't make me want to click it. What would make me want to click it is like the show that convinced me to travel to Japan. Like that's like, oh shit, is this show going to make me want to travel to Japan? You know what I mean? Like it's going to create these questions and be like, damn, a show is that good, or did things in such a way that he really wanted to travel across the world. Like that is what's going to pull people in, and that's the bait. And it's good bait because it's true. You know, it's good bait because it's true.
A place further than the universe, I felt like this. fuck if I was going to let these perfectly valid concerns stop me, so I went ahead and booked 2 weeks in Japan, all by myself. I wasn't ecstatic that my friend wouldn't be coming, but I felt invigorated with a feeling of utter freedom. Will things go wrong? Probably. That's all part of the journey though. While it might not be as extreme as going to a place humans probably shouldn't inhabit while you're still a teenager, this is one of the biggest decisions I've ever made. While I knew it would happen eventually, I never imagined it would be like this. For better or worse, I'm so incredibly happy that I took the leap to book those flights in the first place, going against everything that past me would have said and just seeing what would happen. Most importantly, I don't think any of this would have happened. I wouldn't have been given that final push I really needed if it wasn't for this gorgeous little show. If I hadn't seen how much it meant to these characters to merely attempt their expedition into the unknown, then I likely would have been as passive as I've always been in my life. That too is one of the greatest things about the show. It doesn't depict everything going according to plan. There are arguments, misunderstandings, mishaps, and a real struggle to get to where these girls want. Times when it feels as though maybe they made the wrong choice. Despite, or perhaps due to all the trials and tribulations, you can see by the end that it was well worth taking that first step. By that point, you can't help but want to take one of your own. And that's a mindset that I'm going to do my best to carry for the rest of my life.
Love it. No, that was great. That's a great video. I think you have a lot of good stuff going for you. A few improvements to audio quality. I think you can definitely flare up your video edits. The writing and the focus of the script, I think, was very good. Honestly, yeah, the big advice other than those kind of technical things would be like, yeah, the bait. Make this better bait. This isn't good bait. This isn't good clickbait. It doesn't tell me much, but I think like putting the show that made me want to travel or the show that made me go to Japan, that's really good. And that will get people be like, oh shit, what is this show? But this doesn't really give me a good indication of what the show is or what the show will be about. But yeah, good shit. You know, obviously you've taken a year off, so I don't know when you'll start making more stuff, but I hope you do. I hope you do, and I think that there's a lot of promise on this channel, and that you can make really cool stuff, especially if you're going to kind of incorporate these skills that you have of learning Japanese and using that to further your content. I think there's definitely a place for you that you can carve out on YouTube with all these skills. And obviously, you know, you have other stuff. You do a lot of movie stuff in the past, right? Game stuff. Like, you know, you don't have to just stick to anime, but obviously, I imagine you got a lot to say. A lot of good shit in there. Very good. Great video. Thanks for submitting. Best of luck as you move forward, and best of luck with your Discord date. All right, chat, let's keep it moving. Keep it rolling, keep it moving. We got 46, generate, 23, and 27. So we'll go 23. Corrupted save. You hear, Jack? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. What do you like most about your work? I've been trying to increase production quality. Okay. What are you concerned about? I guess I feel like my voiceover is fairly weak. This last video I made with an old microphone, so that might change. What mic are you using now? Also, I added this after you submitted, Jack. So what are your goals? I do think that's really important to talk about. What are your goals with YouTube? Oh, he's got that Shure SM7B. Let's go. I just bought one too. The true streamer mic. Grow the channel. And when you say grow, you mean like more subs, more views? What is growth to you? Or improving content? Like, yeah, what is growth to you? And if it's all of the above, that's fine too. Looking for more subs, views. Don't necessarily want to make a living. Okay. But yeah, increase it as maybe a have more people look at it. Have a maybe some income from it. Okay. Update your old thumbnails. That's advice 1. Maybe you're not super proud of all these videos. Update your old thumbnails though. To be more your new style. These aren't necessarily, I mean, these are pretty busy, yeah. But yeah. You try to do more reviews. The Detroit one is where I started doing more essays. Okay, cool. All right, let's watch. I have seen this, so let's watch.
When I watched the trailer for the Resident Evil 3 remake, I caught a small detail that set my speculative gears turning. I noticed that the helicopter getting shot down looked really similar to the helicopter that crashed into the police department in the Resident Evil 2 remake. So I went back into Resident Evil 2 to compare. And sure enough, not only do both helicopters have the same design, but they have the same serial number. Knowing what I know...
Hello, welcome everyone who just came from Joseph's stream. I'm Razbuten. We're watching people's videos and giving feedback. So, enjoy.
About the original games. Resident Evil 2 begins roughly around the time Jill Valentine is infected with the T-virus. She's infected at the clock tower fight with Nemesis, just after Nemesis shoots down a rescue helicopter. In the original Resident Evil 2, we see in a cutscene that the helicopter that blocks the hallway to the chief's office was accidentally shot down by a cop as he was being eaten by zombies. In the remake, the crash is completely unexplained. Given that the timelines of the two games sync up, and the same helicopter that crashed into the police station is shot down in the Resident Evil 3 trailer, I was sure that what I saw was a reimagined physical connection between the two games. And that would have been very cool. If it was true.
Dude,
I'd be lying.
that shit is awesome. Your job on this little edit here, this connection
between the two games.
Very good. I love that. I love that.
That would have been very cool. If it was true. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed in the lost potential there. I have in my brain what I'm calling a tale of two raccoon cities. One is the version that I built in my head. It's the raccoon city of my nostalgia, my enjoyment and memories of the original games. The other is the version we got in the remakes. I'm going to rip off the band-aid early on and clarify that I really love the remake titles. Yes, both of them.
Yeah, that edit's really good. How'd you do that, Jack? I mean, the title itself is good too, but how'd you? I think I saw you tweeting about it or messaging that's where to go.
Games. Brain, what I'm calling a tale of two raccoon cities.
Yeah, I guess just get the font, key out this. Yeah, that's a cool edit.
Is the version that I built in my head. It's the raccoon city of my nostalgia. By that I really love the remake titles. Yes, both of them. And even so, I still prefer the original games. I feel the need to say this early because I have a lot of criticism to levy against the remakes. In no way does lack of perfection prevent me from really loving a game. And I am not hubristic enough to believe that what I consider perfection should, would, or could apply to everyone else. As a side note, Resident Evil 1 remake, that's perfection to me.
Oh man. Fuck.
So this video is about introspection.
That's a lot, dude.
It's about tearing into something and exposing all its flaws and coming out the other side with my appreciation still intact. So, let's cut into it. In my mind, the worst thing they did in the Resident Evil 2 remake was screw up the A and B scenarios. For those familiar with the remake, but unfamiliar with the original, I'll spell out some of the differences. In 1998's Resident Evil 2, the events of the story actually change depending on who you play first. Sherry may or may not get infected. Ada will get shot by Annette or slammed by the Tyrant. And all the side characters will meet different fates. There are some small puzzle crossovers, but for the most part, the pathways through the game are significantly different. Character A will take the lift in their scenario, but then character B will have to call the lift back up and then take an alternate path down to the lab. And scenario A and B characters fight a completely different set of bosses. Character A will never even see the Tyrant that character B has to fight. Faces of Birkin will alternate between the two characters in a way that lines up with the continuity of events. It's surprisingly well done. In 2019's Resident Evil 2, the scenario changes are half-baked at best. Enemy placement, item locations, and puzzle solutions are remixed. But the boss fights are exactly the same between A and B scenarios, even when it makes little sense for it to happen. Then each character gets their own final boss, regardless of A or B scenario. Claire will always face off against G Stage 4, and Leon will always fight the Super Tyrant. And the storylines don't change depending on which character goes first.
So boy, thanks for the gift subs.
The continuity is all messed up. Take the helicopter I mentioned earlier. In the first run, Marvin shows, let's say Claire, that he spotted Leon in front of the side entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm just watching your video right now. Jack, this is a fucking good video. Granted, I'll be honest, I have not watched your entire catalog, so, you know, from what I've seen, I think this is your best work, and I think, like, you do a good job of getting to the point quickly. I like that you make sections too. You do a good job of getting to the point quickly, and highlighting the differences, not just through your text, but through really, really solid edits, right? You know, of the enemy placement, showing where the enemy is in one, and then you know, having just an outline of where an enemy could be in the other. That shit's very good. Yeah, so I mean, you had said that your worries that your voiceover is fairly weak. Can we talk about that more? Because I do have some thoughts on it. I don't think your voiceover is bad by any means, but I guess I just am more and more curious to hear where you're at mentally with that. Love how audience say talk more quickly. I mean, you can talk more quickly. It's about pauses, though. I think you need pauses in general. I think Jacob does a really, really good job with that in terms of, like, he lets so much time in his videos just sit, and I think that's good. And I think, Jackie, you have a handful of that in here already, which is solid too. I just think most people, I hate this. True, try to be expressive, but when I listen, it sounds boring. I don't think, yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'd say you sound boring. I do think that you probably could get a little more personality out of what you're saying. And
the security camera shows Leon standing in front of the gate, looking up at the station. As Claire runs down the hall toward the exterior staircase, the chopper crashes into the building.
I mean, there's only so much you can do when you're reading a script like this, right? There's only so much you can do. So for me to give the critique of it sounds like you're reading off a script is like, of course. Like when someone's reading off a script in a video essay, of course it sounds like that. Frankly, like, my feedback on that is just like, keep doing it. I think that you could sound more natural. I guess I haven't spoken to you voice to voice, so maybe I don't know your full talking cadences and patterns. But I imagine, you know, part of maybe where your hangups are just, you know, you hear your own voice and that's kind of hard. But also just like you probably sound a little less natural after reading your script than you do just speaking it out, or maybe the way it sounds in your head. Ooh, that's a question. When you are reading over your script in your head, I guess I don't know how other people do this, but I kind of like perform my scripts in my head when I'm reading them. Does that performance in your head sound like what your actual performance is? Or do you not do that at all? Well, yeah, if you have unnatural excitement, for sure that's bad. You try to write with your own voice. I'm just saying, like, when you're writing and you read it in your head, does that voice sound exactly the same as your voice when you speak it? Imagine speaking the part when I write. Rather when you rewrite. Okay. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say your voiceover is bad. I don't think it's bad. I think your voiceover is solid. I think like you probably could do a little more with sounding, I suppose, more personable maybe. I don't know that I have secret tips for that other than just do it more. Make more videos, right? I don't know. I might be wrong. I think when I look back at my older stuff, I'm a lot more stiff in how I read things. And it's just been through making lots and lots of videos, getting in the booth a little looser. Some people said using your hands and stuff like that. Yeah. And I feel like for me, my expression has come out a little bit more. Yeah, use your hands to emphasize your point. Just be careful that you don't smack your table. But yeah, I think it's just practice. I think it's just doing more of it, record it more times. And I want to be clear, it's not limiting you. I don't think your voiceover is limiting you or your work or your channel or your reach. I really don't. I think it's a spot that you could improve, but I don't think it's a limiter. Let's I guess, because part of your hope is growth. Let's like talk about your thumbnails and titles and your hot bait. And yeah, I think this is near perfect. Great thumbnail that's like you know, you can read it, A Tale of Two Raccoon Cities. You know that it's going to talk about the two Resident 2 and 3, you know, Resident Evil 2 and 3. You know what it's generally going to be about. It looks nice. It's got the typical Resident Evil typewriter, good font. I mean, this was made by James, right? I mean, I assume both these are made by James. I think this is really... Oh, different. Oh, dang. I thought it was James. Cool. Regardless, whoever made it did a great job. I think it gets the point across really well. I think the only thing I would change in your title, and it's something that I've been seeing talked about more and more, get rid of the Y. I think you should... This sounds dumb and small, and maybe it wouldn't have a massive effect. But people seem to be past the why and how and what's in a way that they didn't used to be. Like that used to be the meta, is like, hey, I'm gonna explain this. But now you want just a little bit of incendiary bait. just a little, right? Just a little. You did? Okay, awesome. Nice. Get rid of the why. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes are the inferior versions, and that's okay. I think that is a better YouTube title than why the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes are inferior versions. I don't think you need the why. That's a Porpoise original. I think you get rid of the why. I think you, yeah, I mean... I mean, we do love a Porpoise King. God of War 2018 tells a terrible story and tells it terribly. But imagine this. Does it need a why? Could it have been why God of War or how God of War tells a terrible story and tells it terribly? No, it's just a statement. It's not like I'm going to explain it to you. Like, obviously he's going to explain it to you. It's a 3-hour video. Obviously you're going to explain it to them. It's a 17-minute video. I think YouTube is moving towards cutting the whys and hows. I don't like getting super clickbaity with my video titles. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's not going to work for you well if you're trying to get more people watching your stuff. I can cut the why. It's not, yeah. My point and why I'm focusing on it so much, I'm not trying to say like, what the fuck, why would you include a why? I think something to think about, and that everyone should think about when titling, is that the way that the YouTube meta is shifting. Video essays used to be like how X does X, right? Or why Y does Z, or whatever the hell it is. But now, because of these dang Zoomers, it's statements. It's statements that people like to see, right? Like, I mean, it's yeah, hot takes. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes are the inferior versions, you know? That's what people want, is just these statements opposed to explanations. It's a small little thing, but if you look at like just tons of titles, it's why things do better. Or, I mean, I don't know if it's why things do better, but it is the meta that people are going to. I used to think of clickbait in the negative term associated with dishonesty and such, but Porpoise explained that it should be clickbait in that it created an emotional imperative to be curious enough about your video. 100%. That is big, true, big, important. Clickbait is good. Good clickbait is good. Bad clickbait is bad. You know, clickbait is not inherently good or bad. Clickbait is how you get views. Clickbait is how people will be interested enough in your topic to watch it. Sure, your Joseph Andersons can get away with titling it The Witcher 3 Critique and get 7 billion views. But that is the exception, right? That is the exception and not the rule. At this point, yeah, clickbait is good. If it's good, clickbait. If your video is actually about why, like if your video is actually that the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes are worse, then that's good clickbait. Sure, it might be preying on being a little incendiary, but that's okay. That's okay, as long as you're talking about the negatives of it. So yeah, I mean, I'd say work on your titling some, to always be, when possible, to be takes. I'd be careful about how much text is in thumbnails. Like, I do think this text looks really nice, but working, I mean, my brain's dumb, so working while hard, hardly working. That's how I read it. Am I stupid? Yes. Do I know that it's working hard while hardly working? Yes. But does my dumb brain immediately want to say working while hardly working? Yes. In general, though, I think you always want to be careful with how much text is in a thumbnail, because usually people are seeing it really, really small, so it kind of all blends in, especially when you kind of have these words overlapping with each other and kind of a flowery writing. It's just harder to read. Just harder to read. I think this is a really good thumbnail. I think a fair bit of words. I mean, what, 5? 5 is fine. But this is 5 too, but it feels more because they're bigger words. If you have some small words, 5 is fine. But I would say in thumbnails, do what you can to avoid too many words. Sometimes it's impossible. Some of my thumbnails for sure have a lot of words in it. But people generally will focus on 2 things, right? And yours have that, but sometimes it feels like there's just a little too much text. But yeah. See the progression with the names and the thumbnails being more open to suggestion. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's cool because, again, from what I've seen, I think this is your best video. And I think it has kind of all the the very untangibles. I don't even know if that's really fitting here. I think it has the various elements all built up here. And yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know. I frankly don't have a ton of extra feedback on the video. I think your edits serve the voiceover or serve the script well. The voiceover sure could be a little less stiff, but that sort of thing's just going to come with practice and time and making more videos and getting more used to the voice that you want to read videos in. The next step for you really is just do more work. If you can, you know, if you have the time and passion and drive, just keep pushing it forward. I think you have a solid perspective and a solid skill set, and you know, as far as growth, keep doing what you can to have thumbnails and titles be easy to read and have that kind of appealing hook of like, oh yeah, this guy thinks that these remakes are worse than the original. I want to hear that, you know? Just work on that and keep putting stuff out. And obviously there's no guarantees about what will happen, but I don't know. I've talked a fair bit. I've used this analogy before. Used it in an update video. Like, YouTube is like a slot machine, and every time you put a video out there, you're entering a coin into that machine. The only difference is like the coin that you're putting in is something that you've spent dozens of hours, maybe hundreds of hours working on. So then when no one sees it, that can be pretty frustrating. Granted, I mean, this is your most viewed video. That's gotta be a good feeling, right? Oh, I mean, okay. This is your second most viewed, okay. This is your third most viewed video. This is your most viewed video since kind of coming back from a little break. Hopefully that feels good. And this, I mean, you know, this probably isn't as exciting for you. But yeah. I think you're on a really good track, is what I'm trying to say. And you're entering good coins into the YouTube slot machine. Unfortunately, the YouTube slot machine doesn't always like good coins. Sometimes they like stream highlight coins that you can just post 1 billion of. But I think you've got a really good base here to keep working off of. I think you have a good head on your shoulders in terms of writing, in terms of editing. And my best advice for you, work on your bait a little and keep making stuff. Keep practicing so you can hone those skills that really only come through time. Obviously also, you know, keep trying to add stuff to what you do. Keep adding editing skills to improve your edits as time goes on, and always be willing to take risks on what you make. But yeah, I think I'm excited for you. I think you got good shit, and hope to see you continue with it. Wish I had more to offer you, but I think you're in a really good place. All right, chat. Yeah, I mean, and again, I know you probably don't care if anyone watches these videos, but it's always good to have. You know, any view is a good view, and if someone watches this video, it might make them more likely to watch this video. So going back and updating some of these, I mean, I haven't watched this video because this is the first time I've seen it, and I don't know if it's good. It was 4 years ago, so I don't know where you were at. We're at 4 years ago. I'm not going to watch it right now. I'll probably watch it later. This seems like it could be a really, really good video. Or at least one that a lot of people would be really interested in watching. You know? Like, I used to be good, but now I suck. And I think if you got a better thumbnail on it, a fair amount of people might click it. And then might click your newer stuff too. It's not good. I mean, that's the issue. I'm just saying I feel like it could be good. Like, I think it's an interesting topic. I have no idea if it is good, but yeah, I mean, now you said it's not, so. But you know what I mean? I think this is an interesting take of like, I took a break and now I suck. I think that's could get people to click. All right, chat. I'm gonna get some more water and take a leak, and we'll continue. We'll continue with this shit. But yeah, take your water breaks, chat. I know you've all been holding in your pisses for the last hour or whatever. Go, you know, go relieve yourself or whatever. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. People who pee are weak? True. I'm weak. It is what it is, though. What else can I do? All right, chat. We continue. Pee in a bottle while streaming? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Why is Moon Spirit still here? I guess he accidentally... Cool. He must have accidentally put it in, put 2 submissions in. Fixed it though. Alright, chat. Display, generate 12 and 27. Archibald, are you here? I thought I saw you here earlier. Choices in video games don't matter. We are here with the hot fucking takes, and immediately I love it. All right. Okay. What do you like most about your work? The idea that I'm making something that I can be somewhat proud of. Okay, so you just like the work itself. Mostly just the amount of, what are you uncertain about? Mostly just the amount of exposure for smaller creators, idea of monetization, and the quality of my content. So mostly just everything. Content, monetization, exposure for small streamers. All right, so starting with monetization, I don't know. Does everyone know how monetization works on YouTube? What I'll say is, if you're just starting your Sid, thank you for the gifted. Hell yeah! Thank you for the 10 gifted, Sid. How you doing today? I hope I didn't write anything. Sorry, Pip. I thought it was implied by all this being public, but I get it. If you want me to look through before, I can, in case you did post anything that you don't want. But yeah, so thank you for the gifted. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Anyway. The way being monetized works is you need 1,000 subscribers. What did I say? 1,000 subscribers. Did I say 1,000 subscribers? Am I doing okay, chat? Am I okay? All right, you need 1,000 subs, and you need 4,000 minutes watched, which actually in my experience seems to be a little bit of the minutes, yeah. Sorry, 4,000 hours watched, not minutes. Sorry, misspoke. 4,000 minutes would be pretty easy, but 4,000 hours watched, and that actually has been the harder thing from my experience. Granted, my experience has largely since getting my main channel, it's been, doing the Once Upon a Roll, and I guess I have the Raz channel that just has that Bennett Foddy video on it. Those hit 1,000 subs pretty quickly just because I was able to promote from my main channel, so people were more likely to sub. But it took a long time for Once Upon a Roll to get enough views and watches to hit that 4,000 hours, and the one with the Bennett Foddy video isn't even close. So yeah, you need 4,000 watch hours, which is a lot. And also, getting to 1,000 subs is really difficult. I think both of those things are hard, and I think of the two, honestly, 4,000 hours might be harder. It takes a while to get there, and it will take some luck getting there. My point in saying all of that is because of those two things. And here's the other thing: when you do get monetized, the way it works from there is every time you earn $100, YouTube will send you a check. And I mean, I guess I'd have to ask people who more recently are around 1,000. I can tell you from my experience, once I monetized my channel, and I believe when I monetized my channel, it was easier to do so. But I think it took me 6 months before getting a check from YouTube. Like, it took me 6 months before my channel earned enough money to have $100. That was just at the time, and it's obviously changed since then. It takes a long time at these early stages to earn enough money. Like, so here. I don't think I can go into specifics probably too much. I would have to read the TOS for it. But look, Once Upon a Roll has 33,000 channel views. Long videos that do have some ads in them. In all of this with 33,000 views, have not gotten anywhere close to getting a check for YouTube. The channel is now monetized, but not even close to being enough to get money. My point is, if you're going into YouTube with the thought and worry about your channel being monetized, stop. Do not get into YouTube to make money. Do not get into YouTube to make money. Getting into YouTube will cost you money for a much longer time. Like, for a much longer time than you might think. And it might always cost you money depending on luck, because there are so many things with YouTube that are outside of your control. YouTube for me was a hobby that I ended up probably, spending a couple $100 on for years before breaking even. And then for a while, it was a hobby that I just broke even on. And then, a few things took off, and gaming for a non-gamer was really kind of the point where, for whatever reason, the algorithm was like, hey, we like this. And that was when, like, it actually became feasible to live off of YouTube. It took a lot of the algorithm just favoring my shit for whatever reason, and that wasn't in my control. I wasn't, like, at the point that video came out too, it was after like a 3-month gap, so it's not even like I was putting out a ton of content. Like, yeah, I don't know. It wasn't as if the algorithm should have liked me a lot at that moment. In fact, like, the first half of that year was just a ton of videos coming out. Jesse and I were working on shit all the time, putting out videos like 1 to 2 videos a month. And as we did that, like, shit was getting less views. Like, shit was starting to do worse as we put out more stuff. And then, like, my point is, there's no way to control it. Like, there's no way to control when YouTube will decide that you should get paid. There's no way. You get lucky or you don't. You can't, like, making it a business, making it a job is one of the hardest fucking things to do, because the big aspect of it, you do not have your finger on that dial. You can put out videos, you can put out good videos with good ideas, and no one, like, they may never break through. And that's just something you have to be okay with if you're making videos. It's just something you have to be okay with. So if monetization is one of the reasons that you're making YouTube videos, either YouTube's maybe the wrong spot for you, or you just got to get rid of that. You got to get rid of that hope. You got to get rid of, like, making decisions for monetization, because it's not going to matter for a long while. It's just not going to matter for the early stages of making stuff, and it might never matter. And that's just something you gotta just live with it. Sorry to go on a big spiel. My point is, YouTube is a fickle bitch. and yeah. These two things you can't let yourself get stuck in them. Definitely can't get yourself stuck in the monetization and exposure for small streamers, small creators. That is tough. That is hard. Advice I have, obviously, you know, posting something like this, posting to this, where I'll watch your video and people watch it. Good idea. Great idea. Finding subreddits about what you're talking about. Good idea. Great idea. You know, there's some really good subreddits that are pretty positive about people posting their videos. r/videos, surprisingly, not one of them. r/game design has always been pretty kind to me. You know, they're out there. You know, I think also there's value in meeting other small creators, finding other small creators, joining discords, finding discords where people are at, following other creators on Twitter, getting to know people, so you can have a better idea of what makes good content, and you can just have friends in the area who can inspire you to keep making good stuff. But of these three things, these two do not matter if you're trying to get into YouTube. And if these two things matter to you, YouTube is going to be really difficult. It's going to be really hard to get into. This should always be the focus. The quality of your content should always be the focus in trying to make that work, make your work as good as possible. And yeah, have it fill your taste and ideas. Anyway, with all that big fucking prelude shit, let's watch the fucking video. Jesus, I'm sorry, chat.
A good narrative is an important part of video games. Although not all games use the medium for storytelling, the gaming industry is a great way to create an interactive tale that is fun and engaging. Most games nowadays have tons of choices and multiple endings, but that is not the case for every game. Sometimes, games are built in a specific way to tell a single story that the developers believe can only be played out a certain way. This method restricts player freedom. It does, however, cut down on planning and writing time and makes it so that a story can more easily show a single ideology or moral idea. As Chris Stone mentioned in a blog post about storytelling in video games, the game can only be played in one way, the way that was written by the game designers. A story can more easily...
Sorry, let me rewatch this.
Restricts player freedom. Developers believe can only be played out a certain way. This method restricts player freedom. It does, however, cut down on planning and writing time and makes it so that a story can more easily show a single ideology or moral idea. As Chris Stone mentioned in a blog post about storytelling in video games, the game can only be played in one way, the way that was written.
Yeah, audio could be boosted some. You know, kind of what we talked about in other ones. You know, your reading of the script here is a bit stiff. I'm not getting much personality from you. Like, obviously, it's always going to sound like you're reading from a script, but here it seems like especially so, you know, and you want to try to cut that down to a degree, add a little bit of your own flair and personality. Some tips that we had talked about before. I mean, one is just practice. The more videos you make, the more natural you're going to sound in front of a microphone, and all of that. It should be this. And all of that. Also, fuck. I lost my train of thought. Oh, also, other little things you can do. People talk with their hands a lot, right? And sometimes that helps emphasize what you're saying, and sometimes it helps make you feel like you're talking how you might normally talk. So being over exaggerated, talking with your hands some helps a lot. Be careful not to get too many of the whooshy sounds of your hands moving back and forth, fucking shit up. And avoid hitting the table and making a loud noise or anything. But yeah, hand movements definitely can help. I think also advice that I've heard or gotten from other people is read your script a few times and do it in different ways. Yeah, one person I know who makes videos would always do it where he like reads it in three ways. One is just as flat as possible, and then one is as over exaggerated as possible, and then the final would kind of trying to be the middle point, where like you've done the warm-ups of going as hard as you can, and then like finding things from there that you want to pull. So you have energy, you have movement forward, right? Vocal movement forward, without being like too cheesy. I think in general, though, you should always be recording your scripts more than once. You're not Jay-Z, unfortunately. You can't do it in one take, or you shouldn't do it in one take. Do it a few times. But again, voiceovers and those getting better, that just happens with practice.
By the game designers. When I discovered Undertale for the first time, like many others, I instantly fell in love with it. The fantastic characters, awe-inspiring soundtrack, and compelling story. Suffice it to say, once I discovered it, I scoured the internet, utterly devouring every YouTube video I can find. But then, I never actually played the game. Well, actually, I had no reason to. I knew all the memorable moments, I knew all the endings and Easter eggs, I knew almost everything. See, that's the problem with stories in all forms of media. They can get spoiled.
Audio's too quiet. You gotta boost your voice. It was said before, boost your voice, lower the background track. The background track's kind of overpowering you just a bit.
And usually it means you won't have the joys of exploration and discovery you would otherwise get from a first playthrough. On the other side of the spectrum, we have Undertale's sister game, Deltarune, where in one game, choices affect the entire story. In the other, right from the get-go, it tells you that your choices do not matter. It's quite hopeless, isn't it? No matter how hard you try, you cannot change the outcome. You must conform to the linearity of the story. So, does that just mean the game is not worth playing? Not worth uploading and sharing your experiences? Many others have had playthroughs, much like your own. But then again, that's not fully the case. Even if your experiences are the same as someone else's, that's still a new experience. Telling someone about the first time you found diamonds is going to be wildly more diverse when you tell them about how you beat Calamity Ganon. That doesn't take away from the moment, the wonderful new memory you just created. As much as I would like to add to the enormous pile of videos despising Game Freak's newest entry to the Pokemon franchise, Sword and Shield, Pokemon nowadays already gets enough hate for its lack of innovation and inability to let go of the past. Instead, I will be looking at older titles in the series. Pokemon Red and Blue came to Western audiences in 1998, but if you search these games up today, you can still see new content being made by players old and new. Nuzlocke are a great example of differences between playthroughs. Basically, they're a fan-made rule set created by the community, where you can only catch one Pokemon per route, and if your Pokemon faints, it becomes unusable. The reason that this method is one of the desired ways to play is because of the higher difficulty. It's generally preferred to nickname all of the Pokemon you catch, so you can create a unique bond with your team. Almost every Nuzlocke is different because of the different random encounters. Every playthrough...
So yeah, I'm sure you'll bring it around. But right now, we're halfway through the video. You talk a bit in the first minute about, how linear games are the way that developers want them to be designed. The game can only be completed one way, and that was the way the designers intended. And then you kind of talk about the difference between Undertale, which had a bunch of choices, and Deltarune, which didn't, but there's still value, right? And now you're talking about Nuzlocke. I don't really know what this video is about, and maybe it'll come around, maybe it'll add up. I think right now I'm kind of sitting back like this video doesn't feel like it's about that choices in video games don't matter. It seems like you're talking more about like a critique of linear games is that there's not much replayability. But you are making the argument, at least this is what I assume you're about to do, you're making the argument that linear games can have replayability, tons of replayability, but it comes down to the players doing things and coming up with their own ways to play in order to have that come through. And that's like, right, Nuzlocke, there are obviously choices in Pokemon. It starts with a choice of one of three. But in the story, like the story doesn't really change. There's some, I guess, strategic ways that you can play differently. But yeah, it's a pretty linear experience, and I feel like what you're aiming for here is saying like through Nuzlocke they found an entirely new way to play, and even though the game formula has not changed all that much over the years, and some of these games are well over 20 years old, people are still playing them and still making content about them and still talking about them all the time. And that's because, and it doesn't matter if they're linear. I don't feel like that relates to choices in video games not mattering.
Pokemon is similar, but never the same. In my opinion, Pokemon's team-building aspect is the reason why it's still wildly popular to this day. See, this franchise isn't popular because of the appeal to children and the nostalgia of the fans. No, it's because of the quality of the games. Linear storytelling is generally used in video games. I think that seemed like a joke,
and it was a little too dry.
Games nowadays, up to
I don't think the joke landed. If you're gonna show a chart, also put it in the middle. I don't want to look to the right to see a chart. Just drop it in the middle. Put some drop shadow. I also don't know that this chart fully adds to your joke, but
linear storytelling is generally used in video games because of its simplicity. Although a lot of games nowadays opt towards the multiple choices and customization. Linear games do not take away from the gaming industry. They are merely another way of writing and aren't as bad as people believe. Just because a game was told one way doesn't mean you can't experience it differently. This is Archibald.
I was confused. I was like, okay, got it. All right, I'd argue something though that maybe creator didn't outline how they connect, because it probably did connect in their mind. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some mental connections that Archibald has that we don't, but those need to be better laid out. Then they need to be better described and need to be more clear as to why they're there. Because I think that entire Pokemon section, I get what you're arguing. I think I get what you're arguing, right? Of like, it's these linear games that haven't innovated, but people still like them. It is because they have found ways to do it, and they have found ways to approach it that are different than this idea, right? The game can only be completed one way, the way that was written by the game designers, which is a pretty open I haven't read this Chris Stone article, but it's a pretty open thing that could mean anything really. But right, this idea, and that's not true, right? That's what you're saying, right? With the Nuzlocke, like, that's not true, because the designers did not design it for players to fucking name all their Pokemon something special so it hurts them way more when they release them when they faint. Like, it wasn't designed in that way, and you know that it wasn't designed in that way because there's no simple automation of it, because you have to release them still. It's not like they die and are gone forever. I think that's kind of the argument that this video is making, but I don't know that it does it. I don't know that it does that enough. It kind of feels like just separate sections that are all sort of touching on the idea some, and the ideas in those sections I think are interesting. Like, I think this whole idea, this could be a 10-20 minute video on its own of not just about Pokemon Nuzlocke, but like intended design, right? What is intended design of a game? And what's more valuable, intended design or how people play it and find it more enjoyable? Because ultimately, and I mean, I think I saw your thumbnail, which is different. Linear storytelling. This is a better title. Choices in video games don't matter. This isn't what your video is about. I think this is like kind of bait. And I don't think it's good bait. I don't think it's the bait you want, because this video is not really about choices. This video is about how linear games seem like there is one way to play them, but everyone is going to have A, different experiences while playing them, and B, different approaches to how they see the game function, like with Nuzlocke, right? That's what your video is about, is like the unintended ways people play games. And I think that's what the focus should be on, right? Because developers, that quote, right, the Chris Stone quote, it's the one way to complete a game how the developers intended. I mean, the more I think about that, I think that's I disagree with that quote, because there's so many times that players play a game or beat a game and do it in a way that developers watch and are like, oh, not what I meant, not what I thought. But yeah, I think that is the video you're making. But when you center it on choices in video games don't matter, this makes me think that you're going to talk about how Until Dawn has a bunch of choices, but the story and the beats functionally are the same. It's just about who's there opposed to things actually changing. Like, that's what this seems like it's going to be about. But what it's actually about is how linear games have more variance to them than people give them credit for. Understanding what the content is in a video makes or breaks whether or not you would be interested in sitting through to watch. Yeah, the transition between topics needs a bit more development. Yep, certainly. It seems right now you kind of like finish an idea and then have the next topic start. You don't necessarily have a title transition or like a sentence transition to it all the time, which can make it a little confusing. After watching the video, I thought about how linear games have a purpose instead of why choice matters. Yeah, that's what your video is about, right? How linear games have a purposes or different purposes than what people think. It can become good bait though if they elaborate on the title throughout the video. It just didn't happen for this video, so they probably could fix it for the next one. Yeah, but I mean, I still think like what this person wants to talk about and what this person is doing isn't about this. It's not about choices in video games. It's because I don't think this video defends this idea at all. I don't think this video is about this. I mean, chat, do you disagree? I guess I'm curious. I think the video is about like the variance of linear games. It's not about the linearity of choice-based games. So I know this is a kind of gripping title, but have it be about what it is about. I think you have really good ideas. The next step is making sure that they are cohesive and connected. Use transition sentences between your ideas and then sit back and think, oh, does this actually connect, or are these ideas that really don't belong in the same script? And all that. Also, every time you write an idea, we talk about this time and time again. The great Edgar Allan Poe had a quote about video essays, about the singular effect of video essays. Go back, read it. He made this quote. He predicted video essays. They weren't even around when he was around, but he's like, in 2008, there's going to be this, I don't know when YouTube was invented, but in 2006, there's going to be this platform called YouTube, and eventually people are going to make video essays, and when they do, everything should build into the singular effect. Every word, every line, every piece of music, every sound, every audio clip, I already said that, every video clip should build to a single effect. And that single effect should be your title and supporting that idea. So always think back, like, if your thesis is your title, which is choices in video games don't matter, are the things in your video supporting that thesis, or are they unrelated? Make sure your work is focused. Okay, that's the next step. I think you have good. I really like. I think this Nuzlocke section is interesting. I think that discussion of like replayability of linear games and the variance of linear games has a lot of leg room, and I think you do get to touch on it here a bit, and that's awesome. But I think the next step is making sure that that is actually what you promote as the focus of your video, you know? But yeah, anyway, solid stuff, Archibald. I think you got some promise. I think your ideas and discussions that you can have about a games are solid. You just got to focus in it. You just got to focus it in. Just got to focus it in. All right, chat. Let's continue. 43. I think the title of this video would be better if focused on games like RPGs where choices aren't significant. Yeah, I mean, I just think that this video is about linear games. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, the whole choice thing isn't really what this game's about. This game is about linear games and how there's more variance to them. I mean, it does talk, I guess, it is kind of about choice-based games with Undertale. You know, he said, like, he loved it, watched so many things of it, so much so that he didn't feel the need to play it himself because he saw how the story played out. But yeah, you know, I think it's more about the how varied linear experiences can be than it is about choices. We got 39 and 43. So 39. Aid another, you hear? I like the aesthetic of the whole video and the writing of it. Cool. So the video could be a better conclusion. It does kind of feel like it just ends, yeah. I thought, like, when you had the Five Nights at Freddy's thing come up, I was like, oh, we're coming to a big conclusion. I mean, and I do know you did have some writing conclusion there, but I think you need also to tie in video and sound conclusion with it too. I mean, if you look at a lot of people's videos, like I try to do it a lot where I have a song pretty clearly end
game we consistently play together. The thing I did not foresee was that her favorite game would end up being the one I was least interested in. But especially with inexperienced players and online multiplayer games, sometimes you just have to meet people where they are and take what you can get.
All right, where do you want to drop?
Let's go.
Oh God! Right, like that's very clearly a conclusion. You want to make sure your writing conclusion and your video / audio conclusion all mesh together. And there's different ways to do that, but yeah, that's one. Anyway, another, you hear? I like the aesthetic of the whole video. Okay, I'm uncertain if the video is stale or too I imagine it meant to be or too static at times. Here goes. My goals are to really dig deeper into my writing, but to mostly focus on doing bigger and better edits. All right.
Educational extravaganza. Today's learning topic is measurements and measuring. Now, have you ever seen
Okay, we gotta start with your audio.
statue, or perhaps a slightly larger than average potato chip that seems to look like famous actor Brendan Fraser?
It's too quiet. I'm trying to also.
Now, have you ever seen a large building, statue, or perhaps a slightly larger than average potato chip that seems to look like famous
I feel like
actor Brendan
it's also a little on the right. Here, let's add a gain filter.
Fraser and think, wow, that's really big. Well, did you know that we can tell how big something is by measuring it? It's true. All you need are some measuring supplies that can be found in any household, like a ruler, a tape measure, some measuring cups, a tailor's tape measure, a caliper, and a micrometer. Now, before we bust out our measuring tools, we need to know how to read them. Let's start off with the basics of the ruler. Now, the ruler has two sides of measurements, centimeters and inches.
Sounds more like a mono track than a stereo track. But I feel like wouldn't mono tracks kind of be sitting in the middle? All right, I think to start, my first bit of advice is boost your audio. It sounds like, I don't know your mic setup. I don't know where you have stuff sitting. I feel like first things first, you gotta boost your audio. You gotta get that sound up higher. Also, it sounds like you're speaking pretty far away from the microphone. It sounds like you're about like here away from the microphone and talking kind of quiet when like you just gotta be up in your microphone. I don't know what kind you have. It doesn't really matter. But whatever kind of mic you have, you want to be near it and talking in it. You don't want to sound like you're across the room. That's just how it's gotta be. I think also I've talked a fair bit about it. Okay, so 27. I'm gonna turn down so it doesn't blow out the ears. There are different hoops and different hurdles rather on YouTube. The first 6 seconds is one of them. You lose people in the first 6 seconds. That is when you'll probably lose the biggest portion. I think the next check is like after a minute or two. So like, this goes on 6 seconds. People have clicked off. People are like, And then this goes for 20 seconds. I don't know. I think because be up in your microphone to get a point, because proximity effect can be a great tool. You destroy your audio with that as well. What are you talking about? Take Raz's response with a grain of salt, because be up in your microphone to a point, this proximity effect can be a great tool. It can also destroy your audio. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, what do you mean? Sure, yeah, if you can use good bits where you talk away from your audio, and if you're right into it and have the gain up too high, it's gonna sound like shit. But like, that's just about audio adjustments. In general, you want to be close to your microphone. I'm sorry, I'm coming at you hard, Curse Void. Let me cool off a bit. Let me cool off. Just check your levels. Be close to your microphone, but yes, if it's in the red, either turn your gain down or move back a bit. But yeah, make sure you check your levels. Get a pop filter. Sorry, I needed to check myself there, Cursed. I apologize.
Edward's educational extravaganza. Today's learning topic is measurements and measuring. Now, have you ever seen a large building, statue, or perhaps a slightly larger than average potato chip that seems to look like famous actor Brendan Fraser, and think, wow, that's really big? Well, did you know that we can tell how big something is by measuring it? It's true. All you need are some measuring supplies that can be found in any household, like a ruler, a tape measure, some measuring cups, a tailor's tape measure, a caliper, and a micrometer. Now, before we bust out our measuring tools, we need to know how to read them. Let's start off with the basics of the ruler. Now, the ruler has two sides of measurements.
Reminds you of an arcade floor.
Centimeters is used to measure small things like paper clips or bugs. Inches are used to measure big things like cups, TVs, and Tom Cruise's ego. But, of course, there are many other types of measurements that we use. But there's also some measurements that we never, ever use. These measurements are under the name of the metric system. The metric system was made by dumb, stupid, non-American people who thought they were better than us. In fact, all non-Americans use the metric system, unlike us who use the imperial system, which is far more superior.
I mean, I imagine that's the meme. I imagine that's the joke.
Of course, you may think, why don't we use the metric system? It doesn't sound all that bad. Well, did you know that the Nazis used to...
Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
That old nasty Hitler used to use the metric system. Now, you don't want to use a measuring system that supports Nazis and other hate groups.
Speaking of the US. Wow. Superior on top of the USA is funny for many reasons. True. True.
That's good. So now let's move on to actually measuring some things. Now, to start, our first example is measuring one of the Twin Towers, just to see how tall it is. So, if we were to measure the tower...
I'm calling it here. I'm gonna be honest. I'm calling it here. I'm calling it here. I didn't screen it. I didn't screen this video. I don't know, man. I don't know where you're going with it. I think the you know, Nazi joke obviously on edgy. But that one was kind of like a tongue-in-cheek. Going in and doing any sort of 9/11 joke, I mean, it's all about the kind of joke that you're presenting and how you're presenting it, right? And the last one was kind of like I don't know. I think when you start coming in with the 9/11 joke, it's the angle of which you do edgy topics, right? Chat, would you agree with that? It's like the angle of which you approach an edgy topic. And yeah, I think I gotta abort at this point. It's Family Guy funny moments. Yeah. And that's the other thing, is maybe he doesn't even make a joke. I just can't risk it. I just can't risk it. Edgy jokes need to make sure that you're showing that you're not a bad guy. True, yeah. Calling for 4chan people, yeah. There's an OJ joke. Yeah. I'll watch it on my own time. I just don't want to stream out super... I don't know. I feel weird being on stream and not... And knowing that edgy jokes could be coming. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm a coward, but you know. There's Jesus Christ. I mean, from a standpoint of you're going for like a meme video, right? You're going for a meme video that obviously is like, hey, it's this basic thing about basic thing about like about measuring, but then you get into weird comparisons that are a little edgy. Like I can see the humor in that. I think you got to be careful with it. I think you got to be careful with it, though. I think it can turn quickly into just being like shocking is funny. You know what I mean? That's my perspective on it, at least, is when your tilt is shocking is funny, very, very easily can turn into harder stuff. I think the 90s part has to do with the 9/11 joke, because before Acts of Oblivion, yeah. Not overcrowd the mic isn't because of the levels. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think here's my take on it. If within a 30-second span, the comedy of something is a Nazi joke followed by a 9/11 joke followed by an OJ joke, you're trying too hard. Right? At that point, you are trying too hard. Yeah, I don't know. I think if that's where you need to jump to be funny, and that's the thing. I think that you have some comedy in this without that. But yeah. I don't know. I'll watch some more of it on my own time if it seems like it makes sense. But yeah, getting a little too shocky humor for me to want to stream it. But I'll watch some on my own time. Jesus. Not what I expected to see. All right. What are you shocked by? Generate 3533. CJ. Thanks. My jokes land pretty decently. My audio felt pretty nice, with the exception of a few areas where I had to re-record something because of corruption. What are you uncertain about with your work? How will my points come across? I know I'm a contrarian in most scenarios, but I do believe, that my points have legitimacy. I am curious to see if I am expressing my opinions properly. One other note would be about my work is to see an external opinion on whether the footage I'm playing in the video seems relevant. Okay, that's important. We talked about that some earlier, right? And or if it even needs to be. Okay, I'm always open to learning more about anything I did wrong in terms of editing, pacing, or channel improvements. Generally want to learn what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so I can optimize the process to make more videos. Sweet. Seppo, glad you're here. Wait, I didn't copy it.
If you have spent any time browsing the numerous best games of all time lists, you will struggle not to find The Witcher 3 high amongst them. It has an almost ubiquitous presence amongst the highest esteemed category of games.
Yeah, that was slick.
All time lists, you will struggle not to find The Witcher 3 high amongst them.
You could cover it a little better. I mean, I can see the seams, but this is a slick little edit. I think you can place it a little stronger in there so it covers more. But yeah.
It has an almost ubiquitous presence amongst the highest esteemed category of games, boasting high 9 to 10 out of 10 scores on review websites. Every minute element of this game is praised with very little critique or criticism displayed, if any at all. To the layperson simply hearing of the game from word of the masses, they would conclude that this is an ever-elusive experience, a perfect game, a masterpiece. So when Steam blessed us yet again with another massive sale and the extra time received during the pandemic, I wanted to really sit down and immerse myself with the world that I had heard tales of. What I left with was a single thought. Wow, that was really bad.
Oh fuck. Hating on The Witcher 3. Let's go. I turned it off. So one thing I'll say, small thing. Everyone has different approaches to this. I am a big anti-breather. If you hear Razbuten breathing in a video, yeah, there's always a purpose. Some people, I think, put breaths in and do it well and keep them in constantly, and that's perfectly fine. It's all about the style you want to go for. What I'll say is listening closely.
So when Steam blessed us yet again with another massive sale and the extra time received during the pandemic, I wanted to really sit down and immerse myself with the world that I had heard tales of.
Right, you have these kind of very quick breaths, right? That are not like there to emphasize a point. They're literally there to just breathe, and that's okay to a degree. And yeah, longer form stuff, breaths are fine. And this is bordering on that. Like, it's a 30-minute video, so it's pretty long. What I would say though is, I mean, it's quiet, but it's there. You're probably not hearing it because I have it less loud on yours, but they're there, and there's little pauses that come with them. Usually you can identify them pretty easily in your audio file, and I would recommend to cut them, right? Just a little. It's small and can help the pacing some. Again, yeah, there is that ground. Like once you do get into this longer range, breaths are okay, but I can, just by the type of breaths, it seems like they're, easy enough to cut out and not necessarily super intentional for what you're doing.
Left with was a single thought. Wow.
Anyway.
That was really bad. It's not to say that the game itself isn't a well-made and designed game. It clearly has a story that resonates with people. Unless this is some sort of 1984 conspiracy created by CDPR to coerce the masses into pure praise, I felt like I was missing something.
When did this come out, by the way? When did this video come out? Oh, pretty recently. I mean, let's be honest about CD Projekt Red. I mean, maybe not a 1984 conspiracy, but, they definitely do have their fingers on some scales, at least in how they present. Not that they're like paying people or whatever. I mean, maybe, but more. I mean, here's what I'll say about CD Projekt Red. Things that they do: they send out a bunch of free chairs. Sure, it's not going to necessarily make people give it a 10 out of 10, but it makes them like CD Projekt Red a little more. Also, they make sure to only show very specific builds on high-end PCs and be like, it's like this everywhere. Definitely a lot of sketchy shit with CD Projekt Red. I don't know if you touch on it. Could have been worth mentioning here, because I do think that is an interesting look back of, how the seams of their cyberpunk marketing and how they push that game forward definitely changed a lot of shit, right? So how did that actually go back and affect The Witcher 3? Yeah, just stop breathing. Easy.
I asked around to a few of my friends who are massive Witcher fans. I asked plainly, what draws you to the game? And I got some varied answers which led to more confusion and frustration on my part. Some replied that the deep combat and hunting was what kept them enticed. Others replied the mechanic.
Where are you recording your stuff? I mean, at a point, there's only so much you can do. I did just hear a car, though. In my room with the Blue Yeti. Okay, I think your audio sounds pretty decent considering. Do you do some sound treatment? Make a little pillow fort? Audacity to filter. Okay, I mean like in your physical space. Yeah, what I would recommend doing is take your Blue Yeti, set it wherever you typically try to record, put a towel beneath it, if you're putting on especially like a wood desk, put a towel beneath it, and then grab pillows from wherever you have them, stack up to like a couple inches above the height of your Blue Yeti on one side, stack up a couple inches above the height of your Blue Yeti on the other, take a blanket, put it over the whole thing, and use that kind of as your little booth to do stuff. Speak into that, and it'll help a lot of reverb of sound. Not that it's super terrible, but it will help treat the sound some. I'd also recommend, I don't know how many takes of this you did, but do multiple takes. Do at least 2, maybe 3, just so that when something happens, like a car, right? I mean, it's a small thing. It's not the biggest thing, but we're just talking about upping quality of your stuff. So, boy, thanks for the sub.
Which led to more confusion and frustration on my part. Some replied that the deep combat and hunting was what kept them enticed.
Right, like when you have a take where a car goes by that maybe you didn't notice while you're recording. If you record 2 or 3 times, you probably have one where it doesn't do that. But yeah, anyway.
Others replied, the mechanics
and like your audio does sound generally pretty good, you know? People will complain about Blue Yetis, but it's solid.
As well not have been there because the story was the only thing keeping them engaged. It troubled me that there was no singular prime element for what made people go bonkers over anything with The Witcher on it. When I consider most games that are highly acclaimed, it's often because they have a few key elements that are bound together to create a cohesive and full experience. A quick search of the best games of all time results in famous titles like Grand Theft Auto 5, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Skyrim,
probably could have
BioShock,
music
and
right
Last
here in
of
the
Us.
background.
These titles are a combination of traditional elements of story, atmosphere, and mechanics, which are seamlessly blended together for an experience like none other in the market. They all sell an exciting or interesting idea for the player to dive into and fulfill on that promise. BioShock could be explained briefly as you play as a weary traveler who goes to an underwater dystopia and must find the truth behind its collapse. Skyrim is summarized by you are a dragonborn warrior who must traverse through a fantasy Scandinavia, completing quests and attaining strength to defeat a dragon who is destined to destroy the world. I can't do the same thing for The Witcher 3, at least in my head.
How? I disagree with that. I think, sorry, I'm just critiquing the idea. I think The Witcher 3 is about a surrogate dad searching for his daughter. Ba-boom. I think that's a problem. That's why I hate The Witcher 3. Because you can do that. Anyway, but that's just my opinion. You're obviously entitled to your opinion.
I feel that The Witcher as a game has an identity crisis. It can't decide what it wants to give the player. It has elements of being a power fantasy, with Geralt seemingly able to cleave through massive enemies.
I also should have waited for you to say this stuff before disagreeing.
Ammunition for the user to toy around with. At the same time,
I criticized the hook instead of listening to the actual points. I think you should have music during all this, by the way. I don't know if that was a mistake or a choice. I think some music would help. Zoomers, millennials, we hate silence. It's not really halfway through. It's like 75%. Yeah, but whatever. Okay, yeah, so I mean, that's a good point. We talked about this some earlier. As far here's my tips. As far as worrying about copyright claim, that's perfectly valid. The issues with copyright claim typically will just be that they put ads on it and take the money. And that's a bummer. And that sucks. But you can't get monetization yourself until you're at 1,000 subs and have like 4,000 hours of watch time. So that's not something I think you need to worry about too much of getting copyright claimed right now. Obviously, the bigger issue is if you get a copyright strike. That can be bad for your channel, and some copyright claims can block it in certain countries. What I will say though is, a lot of lo-fi artists have copyright-free music, but also video games are video games are the Wild West. Sure, at any point that could switch, and then a million people would be screwed, but it's probably not going to happen. Video game music is really safe because studios have realized how important Twitch and YouTube are for sales. How much having people do reviews on them, doing Let's Plays of them, affects sales positively. So it's free advertising for them. It's just free advertising that they don't need to do any work for. So they have pulled back on their claims for that sort of thing. Also, using music from The Witcher 3 as you're talking about The Witcher 3, you certainly can make the argument of fair use on that, and you'd probably win it. With that said, the best way to see if a song is safe or not, I mean, you can always reach out to people, but the best way to see if a song is safe to use or not, what's a good song from The Witcher? Let's just hear. You go here. Sorry, let's pick any other song. Let's pick any other song, Jesus. You go here, you hit show more. If it's clean like this, you're good. Okay? What's a game that's bad about it? What's that walking sim with really good music? Disco Elysium is a good example, yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. So if you go to it and there's nothing here, you are 98% sure. Yeah, everybody's got... I love that I said that and two people were like, yeah, okay, it's this one. Death Stranding, that too. Death Stranding would be a good example, but I wanted to. The thing is, Death Stranding has a lot of like songs that you know are licensed, so that's why they go through. And I'm pretty sure that's the same with Disco Elysium. Everything Under the Rapture, it was a video game soundtrack that a lot of stuff ended up being taken to, at least, or copyrighted to. At least that's how I understand it. If nothing's here, you're safe. It means that it hasn't gotten a claim. Someone has posted the song. Maybe even sometimes it'll come from the people themselves. They've posted the song and it is perfectly safe. It has not gotten claimed. And this isn't transformative at all. This is not transformative. And if this doesn't get claimed, then you're good. When you see this, when it says music in this video, listen ad free, and shows this aspect and said licensed to YouTube by, this means it will almost certainly get claimed. Or it has a high likelihood to get claimed. So avoid anything where this shows up, but if nothing's there, then it has not been claimed before, and they'll probably be cool with you using it as fair use because the developer sees the idea that it'll just be free marketing for them. Of course, this can always change and you can get claimed. I think it's a risk willing to take because it'll make your content better. And usually you can get away with the fair use argument because a lot of times it's fair use. Of course, there are exceptions. Like, what is that? Like this, I believe, does have it. But it doesn't seem like they are running tests or checks for it all the time. And also, I just reached out to them and said, hey, can I use this in my video? And they're like, yeah, go for it. And we won't claim you. So sometimes you can reach out and they'll say shit to you. But in general, the best look is if you see this, either if you really want to use the track, reach out to them, or just be like, okay, pick something else. So yeah, you video game music is kind of the Wild West.
The weak, scrawny, homeless person who has no knowledge of how the monsters that he's employed to fight actually work and makes its gritty, hyper-realistic drudge fest an annoying and frustrating experience. I intend to speak specifically about my reasoning for this idea throughout the rest of this video, but I do not intend to spoil much, if any, of the plot as I have not completed the game. According to Steam, I've poured about 32 hours into this world trying to get the experience and whatever fun part of the game was there, but despite my best efforts, I did not find it, and I definitely do not intend to go back and look anymore. 30 plus hours should be plenty of time for a game to hook me. That is longer than some games entirely.
I agree with you, but you're gonna lose a lot of people there. But that's okay. I think you make a decent enough argument as to why. But yeah, it's funny. I remember Austin Eruption made a video on Breath of the Wild, and I'm sure I might have been critical of it too. But he's like, I've played it for 15 hours and I don't like it, and 90% of the comments were like, 15 hours isn't enough. And you know, I agree. I think the best parts of Breath of the Wild can come later. But also, if you play a game for 15 hours and don't enjoy it, fuck off. like don't I didn't enjoy it after 15 hours. Like, that's a long time to put into a game. I can't be bothered. It doesn't mean the game's bad because it didn't hook me after 15 hours. It just isn't for me. But yeah, anyway.
So if you still believe that I should have put more hours into this unfun experience, take these criticisms as exclusively for the early game and my experience.
I do think that's good of you. I mean, you don't need to say that, but being able to just say, hey, like, this was my... I think rooting it in your experience is good, and say, like, if you only want to give me credit for that, that's fine.
It is a common theme of open world games to have large and expansive worlds that are marketed as somewhere which you can explore and delve into. That being the case, many games fall into the pile of open world experiences that are frankly barren with nothing to do within beside the main cities and wherever your current objective is. I don't equate The Witcher 3 with having this problem. In fact, I feel it's the opposite. CDPR crafted a very realistic and beautiful world, one with different paths, small and large towns, an assortment of biomes to explore with different enemies and difficulties. I will never fault The Witcher for having a poor world design. What I do get frustrated at is the fact that I don't get to experience most of it, or at least I don't feel like I want to. I'm a player who likes to go from objective to objective and explore when there is something that catches my interest or nothing else to do. Because of the insane amount of things to do within an open world game, I often forego the main quest line entirely to complete any and all side quests, missions, or challenges before returning to the main quest. This is often because exploring like this prevents me from potentially ruining the flow of narrative later on. There is often a large amount of dead exploration time devoted to reaching a new area or power threshold between story quests that I prefer to keep everything cohesive. Another benefit of playing this way is that you get to locate and activate fast travel points around the world, once again allowing for less downtime from traveling from area to area. This leads to me really disliking the signpost fast traveling system. The general structure of the game not meshing with how I like to complete all the side quests before proceeding is fine, but one thing in games that aggravates me more than it probably should is needlessly backtracking to the same areas I have been to for small activities. The signpost that you travel to in order for you to travel somewhere seems entirely unnecessary. I don't see why CDPR didn't just expedite the entire process to only have you travel from anywhere to a signpost or location you have already been to. I know Razbuten might have his blood boiling at that assertion, but The Witcher 3 doesn't have anything interesting to do.
Bro, you could have DM'd me. I could have got you a higher quality resolution of this picture. Could have helped you out, dude. First live stream. Do you have a different mic? No, I'm using my same mic. I just am my stream. I record in a sound booth. I built a sound booth in my closet, and right now I'm just out in the open, so it's an echoey room. Anyway, blood boiling. Sorry.
That assertion, but The Witcher 3 doesn't have anything interesting to do whilst traveling. I would rather just get to my location and ignore the tedium of mindlessly trekking through the woods for minutes on end so I can get to where I want to go. This system, in combination with its traveling mechanics, breaks the gameplay flow and pacing significantly.
Yeah, I can post pics of it later. Dude, yeah. Just if you're gonna dunk on me, at least ask for a high res picture.
I could not even see a "but it's realistic" argument being applicable here, because it is equally as realistic for Geralt to travel off-screen from a signpost to another random signpost in the world as it is for a player to...
I know it wasn't a dunk. It was saying that despite my opinions on what it should have, you feel that The Witcher 3 isn't designed in a way where movement can be enjoyable or fun slash has interesting things to do in the way. At least that's my take from it, which I kind of disagree with. I think the structure of the game, I struggle with the structure of the game. I do think there are, like, as you say, right, like the world's beautiful and, you know, you show here's the billion things to do. Like, this is the value of traveling across the Witcher 3's map, right? Is I have a thing in Duinhen, right? Oh, cool, there's a little question mark. Let's, on my way, I'll do that, get a little ability, move forward, right? It's all these little question marks and things to engage with. So that would be my argument against it, but that doesn't mean you have to like it. I mean, I have problems with The Witcher 3 too, so. But yeah.
As it is for a player to travel from some random location in the forest to reach a signpost in the world. Yes, fast traveling is a band-aid for a less than stellar travel mechanic, but if it's already a quick fix, just make the entire system easier to use.
Yeah, I'd agree with you though. I think I'd agree. I'm more personally, I do like limited fast travel systems. I think the more important part is limited locations you can travel to. But yeah.
One of the largest issues that plagues The Witcher in my eyes is the awful use of roach and everything that surrounds it. Mounts are still apparently an issue that game devs have not yet overcome. Mounts are often sluggish and buggy with poor handling overall, and roach is no different. Whatever sort of pathfinding the AI uses to choose whether roach will gallop through the slightly narrow area.
Okay. We've watched a bunch of this, so I don't want to just watch the whole thing on stream. I think, like, you know, obviously you're going to get a lot of people mad at you because you're saying good game, not as good, and you're giving your reasons for not liking it. Is there, I mean, if you have a spot you want me to jump to, but I just can't watch the full 29 minutes. You know what I mean? At least not on stream. Just we don't have time to watch every video that long. I think you're well spoken enough. I think your voice is solid enough. Where, like, yeah, you're not necessarily super energetic with what you're saying, but there's a confidence to how you speak, which is solid. I think you got a nice voice, and I like the way you're going about critiques, to be honest. You know, and I also appreciate that you, like, open with saying, yeah, I'm nitpicking about my experience. You know what I mean? You are owning it, which I think there's value to that, because sometimes people are like, I am completely unbiased and this game's bad because of this tiny thing that happens. And here you're just like, look, yeah, these are the things that have bugged me and kept me from really enjoying the game. And I think that's a nice approach, that, like, you can be hot takey, right? You can give your hot takes. More objective reviews? No. Stop. You can give your hot take, but also acknowledge, yeah, subjective. Thank you. Reviews are a product and critiques are about the art of the game. Sure, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so I think that I think you got a nice base for it. And yeah, you know, I think some things you answer as time goes on, and I think you're also good in setting it in your perspective, which is solid. I'd say big things to work on would be sound in general. You know, your recording could be a little cleaner. I feel like I picked up a handful of, like, hits on the table, you know, some breaths, cars coming back. Just, you know, work on doing multiple recordings of stuff so you can work those things out. And then music. Yeah, I think music is going to help you a fair bit as well. I think having using Witcher music will just have things move forward and also make your points more emotionally effective. Music is such an incredible tool, just such an incredible tool for video essays to help demonstrate a point, to help push forward an idea, to help get your viewer to feel a certain way. And The Witcher 3 has a great soundtrack. One thing I'll say, and part of it is just YouTube compression, and it is what it is. What did you record on? Yeah, what did you record on? What did you record with? And how did you export it? Recorded with OBS on your computer. Okay. Yeah, lots of footage. Okay, a lot of it got corrupted. Yeah. I mean, I think it seemed like you did a good enough job of having stuff fit what you're saying to a degree and putting stuff on there. So yeah, I mean, some of it, so I had to use small amounts of footage I had. Yeah. Well, I think it just seems a little crunched. Granted, this is a dark shot, so let me...
An issue that game devs have.
I mean, this is just going to happen when you put stuff to YouTube. Just going to happen when you put stuff to YouTube, but definitely a little grainy and pixelated. Here, let me... Don't get me wrong, I don't know that I have the best settings for it. I was just practicing some exports. So yeah, when you export, I just make sure I don't dox myself in any sort of way here. I don't know if it's the best setting. When you export, there's one section on here, and it's never going to be perfect or fix it. And other people probably have different ideas, and it's going to cause massive files. So it is, as they say, what it is. But your target bit rate, I don't know what you're exporting that on, but probably crank it up. Some people tell me that they put theirs up to like 90, which I mean, can't. No, on here you can only go to 50. Some people tell me that they crank it up like as far as possible. I think that's probably overkill. But you want to raise the bit rate of your export a little bit to help offset the crunch that YouTube will do on it. It's never going to be perfect. And also, if you're recording with OBS, there is going to be some issues with that, just because OBS isn't the perfect program for it. OBS has some issues in terms of the quality that you get back. Say your bitrate of 40,000 kps for OBS. Okay. Yeah, you might want to raise the bitrate of what you have on OBS as well. But yeah, it just helps out. You know, it's not like killer, I guess, but could just be better.
Think that if CDPR already took the time to calculate the direction to a destination, the autopilot function of Roach would follow the same route, right? No. For some reason, Roach always takes the closest pathway in front of it, regardless of your current destination. People always compliment the beautiful world and graphics of The Witcher 3. I even did so earlier in the video. Alongside that, a large part of what makes the world of The Witcher feel real is the random encounters you may stumble upon during your travels. The fact is that I rarely get to see any of it because I'm staring
it's always hard.
looking for forks in the road that might send
Hey,
me barreling down an area in an opposite direction to which I was going.
Why aren't you
always need to be doing?
You quote me here, but you don't quote me here? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Minimaps are stupid. Okay, that isn't fair. Minimaps aren't stupid, but the way a lot of games utilize them is. Effective minimaps help show you where you are so that you can use the knowledge of your surroundings to get somewhere new. Like Legend of Zelda. The minimap shows that you're in an area and there are other areas next to it. It's simple and it works. Minimaps like this don't really tell you where to go or what's at a certain place, just that there are places you can go and
Get
where
ready
you are
for
in
it. Get
relation
ready
to
for it.
It acts as a guide without making things feel linear, and it doesn't take away from your satisfaction when you stumble upon a secret. With more modern games though, that's not the case. Like Final Fantasy 13. The minimap shows where every enemy is and also provides the layout of an area without even letting you explore it first. It takes away the element of surprise that comes from an
Nice
enemy attack
retake,
and
Raz.
also
Jesus.
the main drive of exploration, which is discovery. Honestly, you could just look at the minimap to play the game. You don't even need all the graphics and pretty stuff. And there lies the problem with most minimaps. You spend too much time looking at the corner of a screen and not enough time looking at the pretty stuff.
There you go. There you go. You gotta quote me on both, buddy. I'm sorry, it's just the rules. All of the revenue you make from this is now mine. I appreciate it. Send it to me. Ba-boom, baby, ba-boom. A man after my own heart. No, you're good. You're good. It's a meme. You're allowed to have similar ideas. Two people are not allowed to come to the same conclusion. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, I think this is a good start. How many videos do you have? 3. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hell yeah. Good start. I mean, I think this is solid. Chat, what if... Imagine 80? Imagine 100? Imagine? 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 No, this is good though. I mean, what are you talking? You're not slow. In 8 months, you have put out 2 hours, 15 minutes of content. In 8 months, you've put out 2 hours and 15 minutes of content. That's how you have to look at it. Not that you put out 3 videos, that you put out 2 hours and 15 minutes of content. Like, that's about how much I did. I'm not, oh God. Don't let him see it. Don't let him see it. Don't let him see it. Don't tell him. Shit. No, I wasn't subbed to Joe. Shit. Anyway. Yeah, that's how you have to look at it. I know it feels slow, but yeah, you have 2 hours of content. That's really solid and something you should be proud of. I think I like your writing. I like your video game ideas. I think your points come across well. You're contrarian. Yeah, they are legitimate. I think you frame them in a way where it's not obnoxious. No sub. I was about to do a joke where I unsubbed from Mitch and then showed me subbing to him on stream, but it's easier to just say that I made the joke instead of actually making it. But yeah, I think you're expressing them properly. I think you do a good job about it because yes, you definitely have contrarian opinions about The Witcher 3. Granted, I do agree with a handful of them, but you're not doing it in a way where you're like, you guys are dumb. Covering. You know, you're not like, anyone who likes The Witcher 3 is dumb and I'm the only smart person. You're like, this is why I couldn't get into it and these are the nitpicks I had with it and I'm going to talk about it. I think that's a good perspective to come from where you don't sound super cocky. Yeah, footage seemed okay based on the points you're talking about. Obviously I do hear what you're saying about I do hear what you're saying about not having the best, because of the stuff that got corrupted, might not have been as good as you could have made it, but you know, something to consider, I guess. I think just finding ways to get good footage, I guess. I don't know. There's always like World of Long Place. If you ever need something, you can download from there. Give credit. Snowman has Snowman Plays now, which has a lot of footage on there. That's good. But yeah, I like your writing approach. I think in terms of editing and pacing. It's a relatively clean edit. I think adding music, doing the stuff we talked about with music would help a lot in terms of moving stuff forward. And just the same advice I've given to everyone. When it comes to editing, 100, imagine. When it comes to editing, always, with every video, obviously you have like you are like more of bigger piece videos. Just try to add 1 or 2 cool visual edits, right? Find something you like that you see in any video, and now you're on. Hey Barry. Figure out how to do it and add it. I think your editing gets the job done though, and you do a good job of having I mean, maybe some of the visual quality of it, you know, especially this Razbuten picture, could have been a little higher, right? Maybe always look for kind of higher res stuff. I mean, yeah, this looks good, but like, yeah, I think stuff like this is good. You know, showing your visual examples, right? Good little things to point forward what the fuck you're talking about. Next time you quote me. All right, let's read this comment where someone's mad at you. Pains me to watch your video. Basically, everything you did in your play was either staring at the minimap while skipping everything around, not paying attention, or mindlessly spamming combat buttons. With that approach alone, you shouldn't even be entitled to like The Witcher 3, let alone deciding whether it's a masterpiece or not. The whole approach is totally wrong. The Witcher 3 is not your AC's game where you just rush through everything, nor is it TES's games, where nothing happens in long periods of time, and when something does happen, it's either bland dialogue or boring quests. Players' approach is what sets the game's overall presentation. True, you have a good point here, buddy, but like that doesn't mean that someone has to approach it the way you do. It's fine. I agree. CJ approached it in a way that he wasn't going to enjoy it, but that's just who he is. Right? You know what I mean? That's not a bad thing. You don't need to be mad about it. The Witcher 3 is a game where you need to take your time. Get rid of minimap. Totally. You can't do that. You can't get rid of the minimap in The Witcher 3. I mean, maybe more than Red Dead 2, but there's some issues with that. It's kind of difficult. It's not a perfect thing. The game is not really designed to not have a minimap. Never use fast travel. Set difficulty to highest. This is big true. He's right here. Difficulty should be higher. You'll enjoy it more. Use all the tools Geralt has, like blade, oils, potions, decoctions. Read the bestiary for enemy weaknesses. That way combat will complement your journey, not become your burden. Pay attention to side quests. Immerse yourself in characters and their stories that more often than not are deeper than most of the game's main stories. The Witcher 3 experiences can be like a deep ocean with depths of content to love, or as in your case, with the wrong approach, it can appear as an ocean, but shallow in depth of your carelessness. I mean, I think this isn't the most ridiculous comment in the world. But I do think he's a little hot on it. I think he's right to say that The Witcher 3 is a deep game, and having the right approach will make you enjoy it. But I think the shallow depth of your carelessness is pretentious. Yeah, it's a little pretentious. It's a pretentious take. You're not, yeah, it's stuff like that. I mean, I think this is a reformatted, could be a thing of like, yeah, I think that you approach The Witcher 3 in a way that wasn't going to be the most interesting to you, and that's fine because everyone approaches games in different ways and everyone views things in different ways, and not every game's made for everyone. For me, you know, like that's what he should have said. Raz giving feedback on comments. That's what he should have said, right? That's what the comment should be. That's what a normal person would do. I shouldn't say what a normal person would do. That's not true at all. A normal person wouldn't do that. But that's what people I think should do, is how they should approach it. And say like, yeah, maybe if you approach it in this way, you'd enjoy it. But also the fact that you didn't, it just is kind of who you are. And that's okay. Anyway. Nobody's normal. Yeah. So I think you have a solid ass video here. I'd like to see you do more stuff. Keep growing. Work on some of those audio things. Work on making the footage look a little crisper. But yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I don't agree with everything. I mean, I do agree with some of your takes on The Witcher 3, but while I don't agree with every take on The Witcher 3, that's not a problem. That's not a bad thing at all. Like, you're allowed to have your own thing. And I think also one aspect I did like, and I obviously need to watch the rest of the video to get a fuller picture. When I hit moments where I'm like, I disagree with that, where I felt like you could fill in, as time went on, you did kind of answer back and fill in with some of those things. Not necessarily every little thing, but a few of those moments made more sense as I gave you more time, you know, which is good. I think you play the contrarian well, which is a hard role to be. I think being the contrarian can go terribly. It can go really fucking terribly. And I think you pulled it off in a way that didn't leave me thinking that you were rude or a dick, you know? Anyway, chat, let's do one more. Let's do one more. And then get moving. Got other stuff to do. Got to eat dinner. 5:38. We're going 5. Lunatic J. Lunatic, you here? Yeah, no problem, Tubble. Best of luck, CJ. Oh, shit. Big channel. What do you like most about your work? The tension and progression of telling a story. If I did a good job explaining other aspects of BLJ that are more obscure than what people would already know. All right, let's talk about the history of the BLJ.
Backwards long.
Sorry, this isn't about you.
In a small region right outside the door, indicated here in yellow. So, if Mario isn't in the Rolling Rocks...
Alright, sorry.
The backwards long jump, or the BLJ for short. Unless you've been living under a rock, this is likely one of the first things that pops in your mind when you think of Super Mario 64. The BLJ is by far the most infamous glitch in the game, and has allowed players to push the game beyond its intended limits. From simply skipping the endless staircase at the tippy top of Peach's castle, to clipping out of bounds into parallel universes far outside the confines of the map, the BLJ has provided Mario 64 enthusiasts with seemingly endless ways to break the game. A lot of these enthusiasts are part of the now thriving speedrun community, where speedrunners use the BLJ to try to beat the game as fast as possible. And over the years, these speedrunners have continued to apply their knowledge of the BLJ and use it in new ways to this very day.
What the fuck? I have not seen that. That's amazing.
I will briefly go over the history of the BLJ, from its initial discovery to the present day. And I will also go over the numerous developments in between, both the commonly known scenarios and the far more obscure ones. But before we begin, I noticed only a very small percentage of my audience is actually subscribed.
Damn.
So if you enjoyed today's video, please subscribe. It's free and you could unsub at any time. So, without further ado, let's go back a couple decades in time. The year is 2000. Super Mario 64 had been out for 4 years, and everyone assumed...
Yeah, I mean, okay, to pause real quick. I mean, this is a pretty established channel, right? 30k subs. I mean, this video did really well. It's a solid, like, you know, the editing is solid. It could maybe use drop shadow. Sound quality solid. Yeah, solid. You like the potential progression? If I did a good job explaining other aspects of it. Okay, yeah, we will see as we continue to look on. Only has 5. I mean, this video looks like it blew up pretty hard, right? I love the focus of this channel, like just Mario speedruns. It's kind of like, you know, it's like summoning salt, but focused. I mean, I guess, yeah, but focus on like more specific, I guess only this video. It's kind of like summoning salt, which is cool. I love, you know, these sorts of speedrun histories. Yeah. Let's keep watching.
To reach the end of the game.
I'll be honest, I don't have a ton of feedback so far. I mean, I think it's an interesting topic. Obviously, the video got 500,000 views. You know, people liked it, people watched it. It has a really good like to dislike ratio, you know, like
in the game, there are several locked doors that block access
transitions aren't bad.
Castle, which require a certain number of stars.
Ooh, yeah, I want to ask you about this, chat. My friend Wizawat was doing a stream yesterday. I only caught the VOD of it, but in it he was talking about, so in his latest video, which you should watch, I'll link it in a little bit. He shows 4x3 footage and he talks about like, what do you do? What's the best thing to do with 4x3 footage? Some people mirror it, some people just leave it black, some people get a background. What do you like? I'm curious. I don't know the best answer to this. For me, it depends. If it's a video that has a lot of 16:9 footage, usually I'll mirror the background so that the screen fills up 16:9. I'll like mirror the back. I'll make the background bigger, zoom it in, and blur it. That's what I typically do. If it's not like a ton of switching between 16:9 and 4x3, I'll just leave it. Yeah, simple simple black background 4x3, mirrored background, Gaussian blur. Yeah, add a simple background. Okay, like when the bars on the side, prefer there to be a background that fits the footage. Okay, sort of like the blur. Do you like yeah, what do you think about this? Like, would you like this more if it wasn't moving, or do you like that it moves? I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm not asking because I have some sort of solid perfect answer. Not moving for me. The moving is nice. Didn't even know the background moving. Never have noticed it was moving. If it's a pattern, it should move slowly. Okay. Sidebars could be slower. Small movements are nice. Doesn't distract from the video. Defiantly not moving. Definitely not moving. This isn't bad. It's actually moving slowly, so it's not too distracting. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a good answer on it. If you have an established brand, you can, yeah, use that for the 4x3. Predictable movements. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the best approach for it. Just something I figured I'd ask, and I don't think this is bad, but
until the required number of stars have been
I don't know what people like the most.
With one exception. At the very end of the game, the 70-star door will open no matter how many stars you have. However, the game still prevents you from reaching the end of the game via the endless stairs. At a certain point on the stairs, the game will teleport Mario back down the stairs, blocking access to the final Bowser level until 70 stars are collected. Therefore, no one had any reason to doubt that the minimum requirement to beat the game was any lower. That is, until the BLJ was first discovered. In the November 2000 issue of Club Nintendo, the official Nintendo magazine in Latin America, two Mexican brothers, Jose Angel and Dante Ivan Ruiz Villarreal.
I'd say, yeah, an area to work on for sure would be graphics you use and how you incorporate them. I feel like this is just hard. Maybe it's just how close I am to my monitor. I think that this doesn't necessarily look great. Could be good to have some sort of like gray background. I mean, a few things you could do. You could have drop shadow, which would kind of separate it some from the background. You could blur the background a bit so this stands out in front of it a little more. You could have a little gray transparent box behind it so it just stands out a little more. It's not bad to have it be big text. It just feels like Yeah, Gaussian blur that background, baby. It's just like a lot of words. It's like you don't need this to be visible at this point. But yeah, I mean, this is a solid ass video.
Document the BLJ. On screen right now is the translation of the page in English.
Right, like, am I supposed to be able to read this? And I don't know. I'm looking at my. Yeah. You don't want this. Have some sort of gray thing. Have it be blurred in the background. Just too many words, too many over text on text be bad. A lot of visual noise. It's like, sure, I can read this, but I don't want to. I mean, it's a lot. I know you don't necessarily expect people to watch it. It's just like, here's the translation. I'm sorry, expect people to read it. It's just like, here's the translation. But A, why do that? Why show it at all? And B, yeah, I'd say if you do want people to read it, find a way where it doesn't hurt. But yeah, I mean, to reiterate, I think the idea is great. Your channel seems to have a strong speedrun focus, and it's been really successful, which, congratulations. That's fucking awesome. You have tapped into something that few people can do as quickly as you have, so congratulations on that. The voiceover is solid. The writing and the research and presentation of it seem to be solid. Next step would just be working on this sort of thing. Making your visuals cleaner, easier to read. And easier to read isn't always about bigger text. Sometimes easier to read is just about cleaner backgrounds and things like that.
The video to read it, but to paraphrase, you would head to the endless staircase from the 3rd floor immediately after unlocking the 50-star door. From here, the player would walk up the stairs, position the camera so it faces up the stairs, long jump towards the camera, and then hold back while spamming the long jump input. If done correctly, Mario will have built up enough speed to completely skip the teleport trigger and make it to the top of the stairs without 70 stars. The reason the BLJ works here is because Mario can build up negative speed by continuously long jumping up the stairs, in tandem with a lack of a
room or in the yellow region, then the room will be completely black and
negative horizontal speed cap, an oversight in the game's code. Unfortunately, the article was never widespread around this time, in due part to the language barrier and internet access being much more scarce around.
Imagine making a joke for one person in chat.
It wouldn't be until 3 years later until the BLJ was rediscovered, and this time, it wouldn't fade away into obscurity. On March 16, 2003, GameFAQs user Gara2000 would post on the Mario 64 forum stating their friends showed him how to beat the game without needing 70 stars, using the BLJ.
Yes. 2 people in chat.
No one on the thread initially believed Gara, as they were unable to replicate the glitch until a couple days later, when Gara would post the first documented video proof of the BLJ. Gara also referenced the Club Nintendo article where they had learned the trick. Afterwards, people began to successfully perform the BLJ.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really solid video. I think Lunatic, if you're watching the VOD at some point, I can give you some advice, but honestly, if I'm being honest with you, you are having a level of success that I never had. The speed. Maybe you made a bunch of stuff earlier, but you're killing it. You have a lot of things going for you. I think you are really good at picking your topics. Your thumbnails obviously seem to be working well for what you're talking about. You can tell that you're doing stuff to emulate other people who talk about speedruns, but also, you know, just like doing good thumbnail shit that Small Ant does. Like, yeah, you've got a lot of shit figured out, which is awesome. Congratulations for you. I'd say the next step is cleaning up some visual edits, better titling. I think, like,
when Gara would post
you know, like, this is functional, and I guess kind of goes with the theme, but like, you can definitely get titling to look a little more organic than this. I don't know. I guess how I feel sometimes, and I'm not always perfect about it in my videos, for sure, but you know, finding ways to have any sort of text coming up on the screen feel like it's a part of the video opposed to something that goes on top of the video can go a long way. Does that make sense, chat? Do you get what I mean? Does that make sense? I think Mark Brown is a good example, right?
Incredible feat of design. Gave it a go.
Mark also talked about how he did a lot of stuff with his visuals here. I guess that's a little different. But I don't know. Anytime he like shows footage from games, where the fuck? Right? Like he's found a way to have a consistent style where this fits really well. If you were to tell me that this was actually in the RimWorld game, I might believe you. You know? It's subtle, it looks nice, it fits well, it feels like it could be a part of this production, right? But this is like boom on top, you know? Here's the date, here's the other thing. I think so that might be a next step, is finding ways to find certain texts and use certain text in a way that meshes with your video and the other stuff on screen. Yeah. I think you're doing a good job here. I think you're doing a good job explaining the BLJs. Obviously, there's more video. Again, you know, can't watch through entire videos just because I'm already slow enough with responses to these. But I think you do a good job. I think you do a good job of picking topics that are interesting and explaining the history of it and explaining the mechanics of it. I think it's solid stuff. I'm excited to watch more, and congrats on the success. I mean, you seem like you found your market, and now you just gotta keep doing more of it and tighten it up. Anyway.
Everything in the room will be invisible and won't move. Conveniently, this allows us to raise the scuttlebug by performing the following steps. First,
Chat, if you haven't watched the half A press video, it is the most legendary video on the internet.
Can do it in half an A press. To do that, we start the level already holding A, and then we use that A press to reach the platform. Now hold on, I know what you're thinking. An A press is an A press. You can't say it's only a half. Well, TJ, Henry, Yoshi, hear me out. An A press actually has 3 parts to it.
Okay, we're past it. We're moving past it. All right, that was the last one. I think that was a good feedback stream. We got through like 9. That was pretty decent. Not, dude. Here's the thing. Big love for not even gonna try to pronounce the name.
In total,
oh, his voice is back. Oh, this is an older video. Oh, did he take down? He had a bunch of other videos though. Did he take them down? Huh. I was pretty sure that he put out a bunch of videos after this, but only... No, didn't he stop making videos and would only do write-ups of stuff because he kept getting memed on? And it made me really sad because he's a fucking legend. I don't know. I don't remember. I thought there were other videos, and I thought, I mean, you know, is it a good or bad video?
And every
I think it's a legendary video. It's I think is actually a really interesting video that starts talking about the game in a way where you're like, is he making all of this up or is this actually how it works? And it's like slightly incomprehensible. You have no idea the depths of which it's going, but then you actually see him succeeding at these things that he lets go for like 10 hours doing a single half A press. And it's like, wow. I don't think you can measure the Watch for Rolling Rocks half A press video by good or bad. It's not on that scale of good or bad. It's on a completely different scale. Anyway. That was fun. Let's see. The next feedback stream will be in 1 month. First round, I think probably has like 20. What's your favorite video essay on YouTube? It's a good question. I don't know. I think it really changes. I think there's been times where I've watched something, I'm like, this is my favorite video essay because it means a lot to me in that moment. And then I'll go back and look and be like, oh. Not that this is bad, but just less important to me. Sorry again about the VHS video. Was that you who put that in? Oh, can we talk about it? Let's talk about it. I may have missed it. I may or may not have realized it was you. How are you feeling? Yeah. Did you watch were you here when I was talking about it, or do you watch the VOD? Java's Ocarina of Time. Okay, was I just missing you the whole time and not realizing it was you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that was the case. Be careful. Be careful with edgy humor. That's just the advice. Didn't really talk about scared. Hey, that's the advice. I think audio concerns aside, I think you have some stuff in there that's like actually funny. And I think you're funny. But you don't need to rely. You don't really need to rely on kind of shock humor. Or super edgy or more edgy stuff. And I think when you do, you're gonna just lose some people. And also, if that is your shtick, A, you're probably gonna attract some people that you don't want. And B, like when you run out of edgy, or not just edgy, but like shocky things to joke about, like then what are you left with? You know? That's not to say like ever making a shocking joke is bad, right? Like it happens and it can lead to funny moments or funny twists. But when you lay on too many, it can be tough. It can be tough. But yeah, sorry. I obviously, I don't know what the rest of the video is going to say, but I just want to be careful about what I put out on stream, obviously. So sorry if I did not necessarily give it the fullest, fairest shot that I should have or could have. But you just want to be careful with that sort of thing. Any sort of comedic crutch is going to end up being a tough crutch, right? And I think especially any sort of kind of edgy-ish stuff is going to be a super tough crutch. Because eventually you run out, because eventually when you make jokes that are based on shit, too loud. When you make jokes that are based on shocking people, at a point you're going to have to keep upping the stuff you say, right? Like, you can't go down from there. You have to keep saying more heinous shit to get the reaction that your early shit got. And that's probably a path better not walk down. But anyway, I appreciate you submitting. And allowing us to talk about it and be critical of things. It wasn't meaning to shock. Yeah. It might, I think that just like 40-second period was just a lot. But yeah. Anyway, chat, thank you. This has been fun. This has been fun. We're gonna do a raid probably if someone is raiding or if someone is streaming. Good stream, good times. Yeah, thank you. Mitch, you going live right now? What? You should go live, bro. I'll raid you. Do you need to redo? Nope, the submission will be there. Still be there. Bro, if you go live in the next 2 minutes, I'll give you a raid. You can't? Yeah, you can, I guess you can redo it. I might have to go through and delete your older ones. Yeah, these are fun to do. I like being able to give some advice, and even though I can't get to everyone, yeah, I'm looking for, if you have a good recommendation. Even though I can't get to everyone, I think just talking about videos can be really helpful for everyone, right? Even if it's not about your specific video. I think being able to break down what makes a video interesting, what makes a video good, is good. It helps. You can apply stuff from other people to yourself. Sweet. Cross Gale. Gotta make sure Perry's not live because I am contractually obligated to raid Perry if he's live because he's getting me a re-review with the YouTube critic. Not live, okay. I did follow someone else named Razbuten, who I'm gonna raid one day. Probably. We'll see. I gotta check to see if that Razbuten's like on the level. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I don't want to just raid someone because they have the same name. Gotta make sure that'll be their face reveal. The other Razbuten actually is me. Chris Cross Gal. All right, thank you for the suggestion, Mitch. I will be back on Thursday. Thursday we'll be doing a challenge stream of something. I haven't decided which challenge to do. It'll be one of them. Maybe I'll break 1 million in Tony Hawk. Hades, I'm gonna do another Hades run next week. I was thinking of doing the Pantheons, but with Hollow Knight Sunday, you know, I don't want to jump too much on the Pantheon. You know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll do some on Thursday, and then be back with Hollow Knight Sunday on Sunday. Anyway, we're gonna raid. Have a good one. Peace, blessings, love. Bye.